What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, everyone? So I realized that you guys probably couldn't even hear the music because I had put my headphones in. So you've been sitting in a blank space this entire time. Nonetheless, my bad. Welcome to another episode of Consciouztv. We are here to have a long-awaited discussion with one of my favorite intents and rather interesting guests. Might I add, he is of no stranger to this platform. I am super excited to delve into some of the things that have been showing up in the culture over the past few months, from the Dave Chappelle controversy to dababy being temporarily canceled at the helm of the LGBT community, allegedly. And I also want to kind of piggyback off of me and Dr. Cleo Manago's last discussion and maybe pick up where we left off on some things, revisit some dialogues, and see where we can come to today. Now, this is going to be an open forum, so I will be dropping the link for you guys in case you guys want to come up and ask Dr. Cleo some questions about his profession, about anything that you hear in this discussion that you want to add to or challenge by either myself or the doctor. And we're just going to have a healthy discussion. It's going to be very honest. It's going to be very transparent. It's going to be informative. And we are going to attempt to produce something meaningful here. Okay, something. Okay. So keep your fingers crossed. Pray to all your deities. Oshun, Jesus, Mary, all them folk. And we're going to get into some things. So while I play this introduction, please make sure that if you're coming in that you give me a nasty piece, a thumbs up, because this helps YouTube to send out the content in the video and to recommend it to all other YouTube patrons. And subscribe if you are not already to the kingdom. And to everybody who is coming in, please make sure that your notification bell is set to all so that you can keep up with the kingdom and any day and point in the hour in which content may erupt from this channel, because you guys know that I am a spontaneous and erratic content creator. So with no further ado, I'm going to run our intro and then we will be back to introduce the doctor and we're going to get into some things. Okay?
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so with no further ado, let me introduce my guest for tonight. Hello, the doctor.
Good evening. How are you?
I am quite well. I'm in an awesome mood. I am in a really great place in life in general, so I really can't complain. So this is probably the best time for us to have a discussion because you're probably going to get a rather more abnormally submissive Consciouztv. Okay, so to all of that.
Well, I must say you look beautiful.
Oh, thank you so much.
And I really enjoyed your imagery, in particularly your caricature. I hadn't seen that before, but these are very beautiful images.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And of course, you are looking rather well. And before I get into how your year has been, because I believe it's been a year since we've last had our discussion. I think it was in the early part of 2020. And I brought on my cousin, Kaylin, who also had worked with you on a show that G Smalls had produced, where you guys had a discussion about the Black community, and same gender lovingness came up in that discussion as well. And it was just a very Black space and a Black dialogue, and it was really amazing. So I thought he would be a great introduction to bring in, even though you guys ended up double teaming me, but we're going to leave the past in the past. Okay.
Oh, we did? Okay, I didn't know we did that.
But I had to cancel him last year after that discussion as well. But for those of you, for people who aren't familiar with your work, they're not familiar with what you do, they're not familiar with just Cleo Manago, the phenomenon, can you just give the people a little bit of a history and a backstory to who you are and what you do?
Okay, I will attempt to abbreviate a very long story. I am essentially an activist, a Black and African focused, diverse community, human rights and advocacy activist. With my toolkit toward that end includes being a behavioral health and cultural analyst. I also have run several and created several organizations, including the Black Men's and Women's Exchange, the Amasi Center for Black Wellness and Culture, and recently did some work in leadership as the executive director of the Pride Center of the state of Maryland. And I'm also they call us they call us a panelist, and they call us all kinds of names in terms of those of us who make comments about society on television and different things, particularly the Roland Martin show. And I mean, I've just done a lot, and here I am. I've been very busy recently because of the Dave Chappelle show. I've been on radio and all kinds of things to talk about that. So here I am.
Well, you actually had a segment on the Roland Martin show recently regarding the Chappelle controversy, which I do want to get into. But since it's been so long since you and I have actually had any direct interaction, how has your year been? How has life been, especially navigating Carisha 19 and all of the hell she's brewed? But I've also seen on your Instagram that you have been living your best life. You've been overseas, you've been international, you've went and rode camels and visited pyramids, and you've just been super gay. Tell me about it.
Super what? What was that word?
Same gender loving.
Oh, well, thank you. Anyway. Well, yes, I mean, COVID-19, while it has created some limitations in terms of where exactly on the planet I can go, because some people not letting American citizens in, I have been able to travel anyway and spend time in South America and other places. And but it's also given me a lot of time to just build with as little distraction as typically is the case. People are too busy doing other things, trying to survive, to try to get in my way of trying to do what I do in the world, which is an affirmation of Black folks, diverse Black people, and countering the impact of white supremacy mythology and toxic patriarchy on the Black experience. And I've been able to get a lot done because of the lack of interruption, which has been the result of COVID-19. I mean, I've raised lots of money for my work, and I've been able to develop programs and innovative approaches to social change and health and well-being and self-conceptual health. And it's been frustrating in terms of some of the limitations, but also a very fruitful period for me.
Yes. Well, how was it being in South America?
Well, it was great. I just recently went there to present at the Universidad de Buena Vista, which is near Cali, Colombia, which is in the southwest of Colombia. And I did a Spanish only presentation on the epistemology of ancient African gender nuances in relationship to contemporary constructs of gender. And it went very well.
Wow, that is amazing. Before we move on, how important would you say it is for Black Americans to actually travel abroad and to see the world and to be exposed also to cultures and religions and spiritualities and customs that maybe are more oriented toward their actual indigenous background? Like, how significant would you say that is, and how we should prioritize that?
The level of significance, I would have to act a fool in terms of performing the level visually of how significant that is, because Black people live in a linguistic and cultural prison, a white supremacist prison. And we are, even our names in many cases and everything about us is really a consequence of white oppression and white displacement of African bodies. And we don't know who we are. And we don't know that we don't know that we don't know who we are. So when we travel, particularly to places like Brazil and Cali, which are very African influenced, and see how Black people are who are not so microscopically under the white supremacist paradigm, you get to see a whole world, let alone when you go to Africa. I mean, We just don't know it. But even as same gender loving people who tend to represent ourselves through the white prism called LGBTQ and know more about Ellen and Elton John than we do about Kabaka Mwanga or Hatshepsut or Khumonhotep and his partner who were buried during the 5th dynasty in Kemet, which everybody knows as Egypt. And our history as same gender loving and bi and trans as gender nuanced people is so rich and beautiful and powerful, and we have no idea in most cases. So traveling is extremely important, and I wish more would travel so I could feel less strange when I come back knowing what I know in a pool of people who have no idea.
You guys, we should back up off of the rims and the gold chains and really start putting some of that into travels and seeing the world, because there is a power and awareness that just bursts open when you actually get out of this vacuum. Because I know a lot of times as Americans of all kinds, sometimes you can think this is all that you know, and
That's right.
so you think, you know, in ways that are in line with the narratives, the ideologies, the respectability politics. And when you see elsewhere in the world, it's like, my God, it really changes you. It pulls on something from the inside out. It motivates you to really seek knowledge and to really expand your awareness. And so I would encourage everyone, if you have not traveled, just at some point, and when it's safe and when you can, definitely make sure that you hit it. Sound like you want to add something there.
Well, one more thing I just want to add, along with everything you just said, which is true, traveling, particularly through African diasporic spaces in many cases, and there's some exceptions to this, particularly where colonialism has done its most damage, like traditional white Christianity has done a lot of damage in Africa, for example. But when you can get outside of those wounds and learn about Khumonhotep and Neon Kamun, who are a same gender loving couple that was buried and lived during the 5th dynasty in Kemet, better known as Egypt because of Egyptian colonialism. The bottom line is that we learn to love ourselves in our own image. We learn to find out who we really are, and our story as people of African descent is way older than the culture and story behind LGBTQ. I mean, like, for example, L was for lesbian, which it comes from the island of Lesbos, which is a island outside of Greece, which was not even existing when Kabaka Mwanga and Khumonhotep, who were same gender loving people, existed. There was no such thing as Europe. Yeah. And Hatshepsut, who was one of the first trans performing people that we know of in human history, and that was a black person. A lot of us have no idea who that is, but we know who Ellen is.
Yeah, you're right about that. That's extremely unfortunate. So then, because you just also said something that I want to speak to you about as well. So, like, with that said, what would you say to Black parents and guardians as it relates to? Well, I can even ask that without asking you this. You just said and mentioned Christianity, which I was going to ask you. How much do you think Christianity is prohibiting Black people from self-actualizing within the system?
Well, I have to preface my answer with that. I think that's a controversial question.
Yes.
Because the majority of Black people have been contaminated by white supremacy mythologies, weapons of mass destruction, and white-faced Jesus and God, the white God, over King James version of the Christian Bible that most Black people read or have in their house, is one of the most destructive weapons of mass destruction on the Black psyche, Black common sense, Black mental health, Black spirituality. It's been extremely asphyxiating and problematic. And it's all that a lot of us know because, again, we've been brought into this prison and we're overall domesticated people. Like cats and dogs get domesticated, they domesticated us too. So we don't know anything but what white folks bring, including their religion. And it's been very damaging and very problematic. And it's a very strong strategy. You may or may not realize that our leaders that they allow us to have in terms of who they push in the media always got to be Reverend something. Reverend Al Sharpton, Reverend Jesse Jackson, Reverend Martin Luther King, Minister Louis Farrakhan. I mean, and we think that this is a sign of cultural freedom, but most other groups have thinkers and political scientists and strong political people who have some kind of experience or background in social change for their people in leadership, not necessarily always being a reverend.
Yeah.
That's another part of the white supremacy cultural invasion of the Black experience.
Yeah. But you are a believer that knowledge is power and can lead to transcendence.
I'm a believer that self-love, critical thinking, culture affirmation, and communication and asking questions are the key to our transformation, because a lot of us see the world through pain. And I'm being specific now, not to just Black people who generally have that challenge, but I'm talking about same gender loving people and people who identify as gay, etc., tend to see the world through a defensive, pain-ridden lens, which gets in the way of actually sometimes even hearing. I mean, for example, you might get into it later, but you sent me an email today that was a direct example of someone looking at me through defensive gay pain instead of actually engaging my perspective on a contextual or accurate level. And pain can stop you from seeing things clearly because you're defensive, you're hurt.
Yeah. Well, we're definitely going to get into that because that kind of piggybacks off of our last discussion as well. Now, you are someone who you have coined the term same gender loving. Talk to us about same gender loving and about all the other interesting ways in which you use word to refer to Black, gender nuanced, and same gender loving men and women.
Well, it's interesting to me, and this is not a criticism, it's just a description of my reality. It's interesting to me that people talk about the same gender loving things because that's not my central self view. That's just a part of the portfolio of my experience, and it's not where I live. But people, like on Wikipedia and places like that, that's where they live when it comes to me. And there's so much more to me than that. But as I mentioned, and I'll be more specific based on your question, the LGBTQ paradigm is a exclusively white, and in some cases anti-Black, inconsiderate and exploitive paradigm that Black people, in my opinion, step down into instead of stepping up into knowing who they are. For example, I said lesbian is from Greece. The word queers is a British slang term. The word gay came from a derivative of the term gay Paris or gay Paris, which was a part of Josephine Baker's culture when she was over there. I don't know if you know much about Josephine Baker.
I don't.
Okay, well, Josephine Baker was a dancer and entertainer in the very early 1800s, and she was Black, and she left the United States and moved to France, and she was part of the entertainment dancer culture because there were so many homosexual men, like in most places, in theater, in arts. They called it gay Paris because of the homosexual presence. And the term, when white people, Henry Hay and Morris Kite, who you probably even know who those are, but those were two of the white men who co-created gay as a paradigm. And when they created it, Black people were, for years afterwards, Black people weren't allowed in their establishments. Black people weren't allowed in their bars. Black people were carded. Black people were not affirmed except to be used as sexual objects and to fetishize as a Mandigo sexual or a feminine, womanized sexual partner for some white control freak. But when it came to simply balanced, nurturing care, friendship, decency, and communication, that wasn't occurring. So the pink triangle, which I'm sure you've seen, if you look at the image of the advertiser of the show Moonlight, the movie Moonlight, in the middle of the poster is an upside down pink triangle. That's white appropriation of Black spaces. So I know for a fact that to be powerful, to be sane, to be happy, to be unified, to be successful as a collective, you must love yourself in your own image. You cannot love yourself in somebody else's image, particularly if they oppress you and don't respect you and win. And if you take a look, and I take a look all the time, and I ask questions of the community all the time. If you ask the community on a national basis, what state are we in as same-gender loving people? What kind of track record or footprint of success and power and affirmation and respect that we have on a collective basis, it's not much there. Because the foundation that people have been using, who white people put in power to be our representatives, is white. For example, every well-known same-gender loving person in media has a white partner, without exception. Now, don't think I'm simply critiquing interracial relationships. What I'm critiquing is who white people keep choosing, and who white people keep making superstars out of. Laverne Baker, Billy, I forgot his last name, who was in
Porter.
Billy Porter, Wanda Sykes, all of them, Don Lemon, every single one of them live and love white. And what we need to see and experience and actually embrace is loving ourselves in our own image, and finding people who love themselves in their own image and who have a love affair with Black people and Black culture, who are same gender loving. So all that to say, LGBTQ don't do nothing for us in terms of affirming or motivating us toward power. The intentionality of same gender loving is that occurs. And one more thing, and I can go on this, but the loving piece in same gender loving is a transformative and key part of the term, because oppression and invisibility and a lack of support has created in some cases, some hostile and emotionally dangerous real estate among this community. And we forget that we can love. And so SGL is an attempt to get us to re-articulate our capacity and interest in loving and help to guide us toward the consideration of healing as a group.
Yeah. No, it was really, I don't even know how I discovered you years ago. I think it was around the time that Dr. Umar was having a height in his career. And I think an interview, a radio interview between you and him, or a podcast interview between you and him, had transpired. And I ended up doing a review of that. That's actually how me and you intersected. But once I discovered that interview, I went down the rabbit hole of Dr. Cleo Manago, and I got into your contributions. And I remember you telling a story about this woman that came up to you after a seminar, a workshop, or a teaching, and she was almost enlightened by the term same gender loving. And I always get you to tell the story, but I think it's such an adorable story. Can you tell us about that little experience right there?
All right. Well, this was a long time ago.
Yes.
It's similar has happened since, but that particular story, the Nation of Islam challenged the Black Men's Exchange to a debate on homosexuality. And there was a debate on homosexuality between a guy who has since passed named Lalila Africa, who was the so-called adversary against homosexuality in the Black community. And I was the one representing bringing awareness to the issue in a black way.
Yes.
Anyway, throughout my presentation, as is throughout my life and experience, I don't use the words LGBT and all that stuff. I use the words same gender loving, bi, or trans. So throughout my conversation with this mass of Black people, I kept saying same gender loving. Anyway, to make a long story long, at the end of the event, it was an elderly woman. I would imagine she must have been in her 70s, maybe leaning on 80s, who was being chaperoned by a younger man, which I found was her grandson. And she came into the lobby. There were people surrounding me to talk, whatever. And she was in the corner, and she came over with her grandson, and she said, "Baby," classic elderly person. She said, "Baby, can I talk to you?" And I said, "Of course, yes, ma'am, you can talk to me." She said, "When I grew up, I'm from Jackson, Mississippi. And I grew up in the 20s and 30s or something like that." And she said, "I was taught that what y'all doing is foolishness. What y'all doing is perverted. What y'all doing is not ordained by God. And I just saw it as lewd conduct. And I wrote it off as something that we just needed to do away with. But you kept doing something during your presentation that kept hitting me. You are obviously a very confident person, and you kept saying same gender loving. You kept saying it over and over again like it's a real word." And I laughed and I said, "Well, ma'am, it is a real word. All words are man-made or woman-made, but usually man-made. Bottle, cat, dog. The dog don't know it's a dog. I mean, a man made that up."
Yeah.
So all words start off by a human being articulating them. So, but it's a real word. It is. She said, "Well, baby, I never thought of you all as loving each other. I never considered that, or that was even going on, that you were loving each other. You kept saying loving, and it just has me thinking about this whole thing in a different way." And and of course she said the old cliche, "You're never too old to learn." And I really appreciate you and the term same gender loving. It makes me think twice now about how I used to think about this. And can I give you a hug? And then she gave me a hug, and I tried not to cry because I was very moved by the experience. And she kissed me and went on with her grandson.
And she kissed me on my cheek.
Yeah, she kissed me right here.
That is powerful. That was transformative even for me, and it really just emphasizes the power of language and wording. And I love that. To go back a little bit to what you were saying about language being very whitewashed, so would you say that we shouldn't, as Black and brown people, necessarily attempt to integrate ourselves into these systems or insert ourselves with the example of a few years ago, there was an attempt to add a brown stripe to the LGBTQIA rainbow. What would you say to some people who are trying to strive for visibility, attempting to, I guess in a Martin Luther King fashion, integrate into society versus creating our own individual dimensions and realms of existence?
We cannot afford to isolate ourselves away from our community as Black people. We can't afford it. And we cannot afford to take on whiteness and racism as our self-reference. It just makes no sense. And if you look around us, all groups that are doing well and doing better, which is almost everybody else, are loving themselves in their own image, have some kind of indigenous frame of reference, are able to separate who they are from a white supremacist implication, and have some place else to go, even linguistically in some cases, outside of the white supremacist realm, to actually be and exist. And it feeds them, and it gives them self-affirming and culturally affirming life. And we, as former slaves and domesticated people who don't even know our last names in most cases, we making up some new ones, LaQuisha and our 11. I'm talking about the last name.
Yes.
Our lack of success as a collective is a result of not loving ourselves in our own image. And it also has created confusion. For example, we get excited when we see an Oprah Winfrey. And we get so excited that we don't realize that Oprah Winfrey is a token. And what I mean by token is that there's millions of even more beautiful, even more intelligent and dynamic Black women, but they got their one now. They already got their token. They're not looking for another one. And when she left the talk show scene, there's been nobody for a long time to replace them except Tamron Hall, who I think is the heterosexual version of these other people that I said, all with these white partners. Her too. There's no such thing as an accidental pattern. When it's a pattern, it's intentional. It might not be Tamron's intention, it might not be Wanda Sykes' intention, but they've been chosen, and they like getting the attention, they like being quote unquote famous, but they were chosen because of what they didn't do that challenged whiteness. So getting back to our clarity, culture affirmation, which is part of what I teach, gives us clarity, it gives us light, it gives us healing, it gives us power, it motivates us into success. I mean, I happen to be a very successful person, and my success is not based on proximity to whiteness and how well I replicate whiteness or how well I'm around whiteness. My life is very Black. And my culture and my experience in the spaces that I'm in. I just left the All Black National Conference in Orlando that was full of people from the Nation of Islam, all kinds of places, very Black. And I was there, invited to be there to speak as a same gender loving man. And I could tell you right now, plus I'm 100 years old, and you can't tell. And part of that is because of the affirmation of knowing who I am as a person of African descent as well.
Yeah. Well, at some point I am going to challenge you and attempt to get you to appeal to polygamy and polyamory so that you know, some of us can tap into some of that blackness that you like so much of too. That'd be real nice. So we'll have that discussion. Now, so before we go any further, because there is a awakening happening right now. Black America is awakening and attempting to get in touch with their roots, get in touch with their dignity, get in touch with their beauty, get in touch. We have the natural hair movement. We have people, millennials, actually divorcing Christianity and organized religion and going back to the beginnings. And I know that because this is kind of in its infant stage, that some of it is immature and some of it may not be technically right, but the attempt and the desire is there because some Black Americans are able to understand that there's something wrong and that there's been a veil that's been casted across their reality and their psyche, and they're willing to attempt to do the work. Where would you encourage people to start with the basic understanding of kind of getting back to the basics? Like, are there any books, are there any people that you would refer along with yourself in terms of where people can get started in understanding and unpacking and dismantling this system?
Well, I strongly encourage people to Google me,
Yes.
And search for things that I've actually said, not things that you've heard I said, but things that I've actually said, videos, interviews, journal entries, and I've been quoted in books and written about and interviewed in books and journals, and to find those, to look up the words of Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, Sombu, what's her whole name? God, Sombufu Some, and I spelled Sobunfusome as Some, and she wrote a book called The Spirit of Something, and it's escaping me now. But she's from the Dagara community of Burkina Faso, and she talks about same-gender loving people. And she died a couple of years ago, but she's a heterosexual woman who talked about same-gender loving people. The Spirit of Intimacy is the name of her book. And she talked about same-gender loving people as a part of the African community, and that they tended to be astrologers and artists, and not all astrologers and artists were same-gender loving, but they tended to be same-gender loving people, and how they were celebrated, and they were considered people who lived on the edge of society because they had both feminine and masculine capacity. You might want to make sure you look up about the Dogon people from the continent, who looked at gender from a energy perspective as opposed to based on genitalia. And there's people who are of the Dogon community in places like Brazil and other places where there's two women who are married, two men who are married, but it's still considered a masculine and feminine relationship because of how the Dogon solve these issues. A lot of us live inside of a hard left, a hard right, a hard masculine, a hard feminine, toxic masculinity, toxic femininity, because of all of these prisons that white supremacy and the Victorian era has put us in to make us make these decisions, when all of us are a mixture of the whole thing. I mean, if you go to the continent, you'll see men walking down the street hand in hand. They may or may not be same-gender loving, but they're very affectionate, kissing each other, not tongue kissing, but very affectionate. Well, I got images of that that I can show you in films of brothers walking through the mall, with it hand in hand, and nobody even looking. It's like whatever. I mean, because it's just part of normalcy. But over here, because Black men have been beat up so much and made to feel inferior, there's hyper masculine compensatory behavior. That's a problem, which even causes abusive behavior towards same-gender loving people. But what people don't realize, and that may be another part of the conversation, is that a lot of those people are not necessarily heterosexual who are doing that abusive. They want you to think they're heterosexual because they're doing disassociative behavior to the point of violence, so nobody will know.
Yes. We're definitely going to get into that discussion. And to your point, it's really it's mind-boggling, Dr. Cleo, at how rich the continent of Africa is in terms of its gender nuance, in terms of same gender reality and phenomenon, from female queens who referred to themselves as kings and had harems of wives that were technically biological men, having African priests.
Get out of here! How did you know all of this? Get out of here!
Look,
Get out
I
of
be in my little books and stuff.
I see.
Doing my thing. You know, to have an African priest be revered as both the community's grandfathers and grandmothers who would gender swap in terms of aesthetics and be in commune with both feminine and masculine, because as you just stated, there was a more metaphysical understanding of these things that was not necessarily rooted in genitalia. Our ancestors understood that
That's
this
right.
was an experience of consciousness, and that
That's
these
right.
were attributes of spirit, soul, consciousness, whatever people want to refer to it as. And so it, you know, and that's kind of what, when you talk about knowledge being powerful, like there's no way to really be able to see and hear what's really going on without your mind literally just, things start to just become undone. The old world begins to slowly, the stitching and the lining becomes loosened, and there's just a breakdown of the falsehood and the false reality that we live within, especially as a colonized people and a conquered people in this white patriarchal capitalistic system that has its foot literally on the necks of Black Indigenous people. Now, to move into some current affairs, and I don't want y'all in the comment section to let me and Dr. Cleo getting along right now to give you a false hope about where we may be in 30 minutes, because we may be dragging each other, okay? But
no, I'm not going to drag you.
Because we are going to get into some interesting things. But so you recently were on the Roland Martin show. For those of you who in the comment section saying, isn't Dr. Cleo Manago from Roland Martin? Yes, TV1. Dr. Cleo is a regular over there. You have witnessed and are bearing witness to this Dave Chappelle phenomenon. What are your thoughts on the controversy around the closer and all of the backlash that he's receiving? What do you think that's really about?
Ooh. Well, I'm glad to say that the interview that I did with Roland Martin on YouTube has been seen by millions.
Yes.
Even on YouTube alone, it's beyond 300,000 views, with tons of commentary, very powerful commentary. And that's important to me because it's one of the first opportunities regarding a very important issue that where I got the platform to address something with the depth that I did, that caused such a strong reaction. I mean, I've gotten very affirming reactions from same-gender loving people, from heterosexual people, from heterosexual Black men who said, you know, I never could figure out why I thought the way I thought. Now I get me. I had one guy, well, I won't get into all of that, but anyway, it's been very, very powerful in terms of the response.
Yes.
But I can only summarize real quickly the David Chappelle phenomenon because there's so much there. David Chappelle is concerned about Black people and concerned about the treatment and mistreatment of Black men in particular, as a Black male. He's concerned about the compromise of Black men, the silencing of Black men, and racism toward Black men. I believe he's concerned about women as well, but as a Black man, he's subjectively caught up in the reactions to being in the body that he's in. And he talked in his last special and in this special about how the LGBTQ community treats Black men and how racist it is and how racist it treats Black people. And one of his contrasting examples in terms of the agenda of the white gay community was, y'all want to cancel me for giving my perspective on trans issues. You want to cancel Jonathan Kirk, who's better known as dababy, for saying something that was considered so-called homophobic, but the man killed somebody, killed a Black man. There was no cancel or controversial. He called Black women hoes and he used the N-word like water. No cancel or no controversy. And he has a very destructive, toxic articulation about the Black experience, which is not helpful to nobody. But there was no cancellation or critique of none of that until he said something that was in passing and was that long. about homosexual issues. So getting back to David, I agree with him. He did something that trans people do not want to hear. And I haven't said this much publicly, but I'm gonna say it this time. There are people now. First of all, there's transgender people that support Dave. I want to make that clear.
Yes,
who support him and who are not tripping. I want to make that clear. But the trans people who are complaining about him are saying that he's creating a violent discourse that could result in an increase in violence toward what are called trans women. And that's a theory that has not proven to be true. I mean, there's been no increase in violence after a showing of The Closer. That's not true. However, the white gay community, well, let me back up. And again, I'm trying to be brief, but it's a lot.
You don't have to be brief. If you have time, just
okay. Well,
let's take your time. Yeah.
The white gay community, and I've watched this with my own eyes, so I'm not projecting or making this up.
Right.
I was around before there was an HIV/AIDS. I was around before there was gay identity as a mass phenomenon. I was around then. My point is, the white gay community successfully conquered HIV and AIDS and learned to reduce its numbers and the dangers of HIV and AIDS in their community, and moved on. They could care less about the fact that it was disproportionately impacting Black people, disproportionately killing Black people, and that there was not enough resources for Black people. They're like, and they took most of the resources. And then when they got finished conquering HIV, they moved to same-sex marriage. And they actually did a lot of work over some years and actually conquered that. And now same-sex marriage is policy in federal law. Their third frontier was transgender issues. And they want to bring transgender issues into the fray, into the focus of Western society, particularly the United States, as a topic for engagement. With their power, they've tried to transform language. Now, because of that agenda, people are being called cis-het. People are announcing their pronouns. All that came out of the white gay agenda to stabilize trans as a norm and destabilize everybody else by making them have to be labeled too as cis, etc. So they wouldn't be the only ones labeled, so they wouldn't be strange anymore in the context of all human beings. But David did something that threw a wrench in that agenda that bothers the white puppeteers who trying to push this trans agenda. And he, another thing they were able to do too, I'm talking about, policies they've created gender neutral bathrooms. All this is part of that white gay community transgender policy agenda. So David said, among other things, I mean, he talked about Jews, talked about space Jews and how exploitive and controlling Jews are. He said, I'll lead women in the Me Too movement if they suck my dick. He said that. You heard him say that.
Yes.
He said stuff that could be considered anti-Black, anti-women, anti-all kinds of folks. But the trans issue fundamentally wants to make trans people normal and wants to normalize the concept of a trans woman being an actual woman. Well, and a lot of trans women like that consideration because they want to be seen as actual women and like biological women who are born women. They want to be seen and determined to be that. Well, David Chappelle went and said, gender is fact. He went on and said which I think what he meant was sex is fact. Gender is a social construct, but sex is biology and science. He meant sexual organs. Yeah, sex. Yeah. Right. He's talking about gender regarding sexual organs and mammary glands and uteruses, etc. Is a fact. Yeah. He talked about all human beings having come through a woman's womb. He talked about Jim Rogan's square line or square chin on a male who he talked about, and this is the same guy you may remember, as I mentioned on the Roland Martin show, who some years ago refused to put on a dress, even though he was offered millions of dollars, not 50 million, that was a whole nother story, but he was offered millions of dollars to put on a dress and he refused because he's hyper concerned about damage done to Black males and the emasculation of Black males, and he's not going to feed into it. But he said something else. He said that Gender is, in terms of sexual organs, is a fact. That is not blood. That's beet juice. That trans people are the equivalent of the Impossible Burger and the Beyond Meat Burger. That is not. It might look like it if somebody's real good at their transformation, but that ain't what it is. And those things are what's really bothering these trans people. They're not mentioning that. They're claiming that that it's enticing violence, which I think is a manipulative veil, because they're really upset about that. No, you're not a woman. No, I don't see you as a woman. He literally said something along the lines of, "I respect your right to make decisions, to be trans." And one of my best friends was trans, but I see you as trans. I do not see you as the gender that you're trying to replicate as a trans person. And that's what people are angry about. That's what some people are angry about.
Yeah, for sure.
The whole violence thing is just a manipulative veil, because they don't want to actually say that, because they don't want to bring attention to the fact that this man said, "No, you're not actually a woman."
Well, so I agree with Dave Chappelle and stand in solidarity with him as it relates to the closer. For me, my experience of this show briefly was just that this was a banana peel that was not left for Black and brown, gender nuance, and same gender loving men and women. This was a banana peel that was left for the mayonnaise section of the LGBT community. And Dave Chappelle was actually really targeting all of the costumes and various faces of white supremacy, even that which travels through the LGBT movement. And so when I saw some of our Black and brown peers thinking that this was about them, I was like, to your point, I need y'all to critically think. Let's not be emotional. I know there's a trigger happening here, for one. There's trigger words being said, and we are receiving this trigger from a archetypal figure that many Black and brown people are used to expecting the worst from, which is the alleged heterosexual Black male. So now we can't even hear anything that really is being said, because this offense is taking place from someone that we are used to associating with offense, which is the heterosexual Black male. So I understood why some of our own people kind of tripped up and kind of got lost in the sauce of it. But like you, I went into this comedy special very clear-headed, very open, and I listened, and I even went back to make sure that I heard and felt and understood and understood and overstood what I needed to before I got up here and gave my assessment. Now, to your, so with that being said, do you think there is, and as you just articulated, obviously, the mayonnaise people are the face of this movement, and this is for them, and there's no intersectionality within the LGBT experience that considers the very nuanced and intersectional existence of same gender loving people and gender nuanced people. But do you think that there's still opportunity within that for Black same gender loving men and women and gender nuanced people to have a dialogue, because some of those sentiments are echoed throughout our community as it relates to a lot of Black heterosexual identifying women feeling the same way that trans women, y'all are not women. I don't want to have to agree to that. I don't want to have to believe that. And I don't feel particularly safe with a biological man who's assimilating to womanhood in a bathroom with me, etc. What do you say to those issues? How do Black gender nuanced people begin a conversation and begin some healing and understanding with the dominant class, in this case, which would be Black heterosexual?
Well, one of the things that I'm excited about because which is why I mentioned the Roland Martin interview, is that's a breakthrough interview. It has heterosexual, same, all kinds of people talking about stuff they have never talked about before, and it's doing what I would like to see done on the ground, not just watching me talk, but I like to have community forums, and I think David's commentary creates the opportunity for Black people to finally come out of this trance of trauma and stigmatization around considering what white people think and all these other things that got us paralyzed instead of taking care of ourselves. I'm excited that some of that has occurred because of David Chappelle and my own involvement as a pundit in response to this issue. Something else I want to mention. I forgot what that was, but I'll just say that I have. Oh yeah, this is one of the things I know I want to say. As I said earlier, first, okay, I'm gonna give another example of something that I experienced, and I'm using this just to make a point. I was asked by Morehouse once to be on a panel discussion by the leaders of their SGL.
That was my alarm. Sorry about that.
By the leaders of their SGL group on the campus, and I didn't know who was going to be on the panel, but I said yes. So when I got there, it was me and a person that you may have heard of called something B something. They're
B Scott.
B Scott. B Scott.
Okay.
B Scott. Yes, it was B Scott.
And androgynous B Scott.
It was androgynous B Scott, a word that people don't use anymore. Androgynous.
Right.
Anyway, it's gender nuance now. But anyway, but I didn't know B Scott. Never heard of B Scott, but it was me, B Scott, and two transgender male to female people. And boy, that conversation didn't really go really well because first of all, for the first time in my life, I was referred to as a conformist male. And that's how the moderator kept describing me, because I had on traditionally male. I just had on a slack shoes and pants. But the goal of the moderator was to affirm gender nuance. And they didn't ask me about gender nuance. I think people have the right to live their lives in powerful ways that they're inspired to do it. I don't care about these assignments, these hardcore masculine and feminine assignments. But the point I was going to make is that we live in a society where Black men have been abused, Black men have been raped, Black men have been murdered, Black men have been compromised. You used the word conquered earlier. Black men have been brutally castrated, and the contemporary phenomena that looks like all this stuff is disproportionate police brutality. So there's all this defensiveness around the state of Black men that Black people are living with and haven't yet to have a functional conversation about this issue. And as a result of us not having a conversation about these issues, there's a lot of assumptions that we're making inspired by white folks. For example, we assume that the people who are hating on the homosexuals, the ones who are obsessed with it, you've seen them, who can't stop talking about it, are heterosexuals. Well, I'm telling you from experience and research, many of them are not. My closest friend, I met them. They were a muscle-bound boy. They were in man drag. That's what I call them. All this exaggeration on the other side. And they finally became trans. And they've told me themselves they were Jehovah's Witness. And when before they discovered themselves, they were always beating up the feminine boy, because they were selfishly self-conscious about disassociation. So they were being violent. And a lot of these guys who have this association, who need to mess with the homosexual person, are personally struggling, or they have been raped or molested. And we have not created safe space where we're trying to resurrect Black men and simultaneously create a space for them to be human beings who address their wounds and their traumas and their concerns. So as a result of a lack of resolution regarding these gender concerns, and the lack of Black people looking at our lives as Black people through a Black lens as opposed to through Ellen's lens. I use Ellen symbolically, through a white gay lens. We're not engaging Black people in ways that's going to help us actually figure it out. And that's what I like about the response to my thing on Roland Martin, because there are boys who are feminine. That's who they are. Some of them they're not trying to be feminine.
Yeah.
That's who they are. But society, in a defensive male Black community, defensive to create some strong Black males who, because of what Black men have been through, are not making time or support for that feminine person. So they're getting marginalized, beat, looked at sideways, and to some extent, women who get away with it more in terms of gender nuance. Baseball cap, are sometimes attacked, but it's mostly the man, because we're worried about the compromise of the Black man, because that's who was castrated. So instead of having a Black conversation about that phenomena and asking Black people what's going on, why are you tripping, we go, you're homophobic, as the LGBTQ people. You're homophobic. You're bad. You're homophobic. And what we have to understand is that these hard masculine and feminine decisions we're making are what's not natural. Like I said earlier, we are a mixture of all of that. And it's not true that being loving and nurturing and caring is feminine. Right. It's human. Yeah. But we're afraid. If you look a picture of a lot of hip hop artists, they don't smile. Yep. They're always looking hard, and they're in industrial strength man drag because they are afraid of being.
I love that hyper-masculinity, aka man drag.
Yeah, they're afraid of being vulnerable because they feel particularly vulnerable. Yes. Especially if they've been molested and or if they really want some dick. Yeah. And I put it like that on purpose because in a society where we're concerned about how we show up and that we get respect, we ain't looking for new reasons to disrespect us, even if it's hurting ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I do. So that's one of the things that I've been able to help articulate to Black folks because of the David Chappelle thing. And I really believe this is going to offend some people. And I think there are definite exceptions to this. There's definitely there's people who are literally have both genitalia. There's all kinds of people. But if it wasn't for these hard core decisions people have to make because of these traumatic attacks, some people would not make some of the decisions that they made. Because one of the things that interested me and that really bothered B. Scott was I kept being called a conformist. And I said, wait a minute, y'all over there in Louis Vuitton and what's some other people? You know them people. All Louis the names.
Dolce and Gabbana.
All that. And y'all conforming. Y'all keep calling me conforming, but y'all conforming trying to be a white woman. That's conforming too. And if it wasn't for pressures around you having to make a decision like this because you weren't allowed to be who you are as a nuanced human being that's particularly feminine, I'm not sure you would have made these decisions. Yeah. And there's some people who would have made them anyway. Like I said, there's not one recipe. I've been around trans people to know that it's a spectrum going on. It ain't one thing. But I do know that regardless of the decisions that people make, a feminine male in a defensively male post-slavery Black community is going to deal with some stuff. Absolutely. And some of the people that's going to be messing with them is either going to be some church folks, some of them homosexual, or some machismo person, many of them homosexual, who can't leave you alone because I don't mean you. I mean
I know what you mean.
Because of what they're struggling with, which is why I said during my interview on Roland show, I said I would have asked if I wouldn't have canceled Jonathan or the baby. I would have asked him, Jonathan, you had a rap concert in man drag. Why are you bringing up sucking dicks in the parking lot? Where'd that come from? And I would have stayed there respectfully and calmly and waited for his answer. And that answer would have been more educational and more helpful than canceling him. That's my perspective on it.
Yeah. Ooh, so you just unloaded a lot, which I really appreciate. And to your points about femininity and masculinity, I think one of the issues in the West, in Western society, is that we assign two universal polarities to an actual sex. as we also previously discussed, is not necessarily synonymous to sex and gender. So there's that. But then you couple a misunderstanding and an ignorance about these two polarities with the fact that Black men have been broken, raped, emotionally, socioeconomically, and physically castrated and raped. And then you provide a religion that Black people then use to help soothe the issue of the abuse of sexuality, which then ends up becoming a further, it deepens and urbanizes these spooky ideas around same gender lovingness, and you get so there's a lot going on within the pot. And so my question to you, because you actually ended up interviewing with Funky Dineva the day before you and I had actually also ended up interviewing, and there was a lot of people that were triggered, and and we are going to get into some of these emails and things that I have gotten as it relates to you. But what I would like to ask you is, because I obviously, I am a same gender loving male who is in touch with his masculinity, his femininity. I am helping to raise nieces and nephews. I am the breadwinner. I am obviously exemplifying leadership, and also I'm in touch with empathy, compassion. I know how to be nurturing and sensitive and emotionally available, etc. So, and I've been through my fair share, obviously, of homophobia and transphobia perpetuated by people that look like me who identify as heterosexual. It took me a long time to put white supremacy in perfect context in order to be able to empathize with Black and brown people who have a misunderstanding about gender, have a misunderstanding about orientation, things that were misunderstandings that were reinforced by religious ignorance and all of the ways in which Black and brown people are informed about sexuality and gender. But there are a lot of us who can't even begin to do that work because there's so much post-traumatic stress around a lot of Black and brown same gender loving, gender nuanced people's experience. Because you are a behavioral specialist, expert, correct me.
I'm a behaviorist or behavioral health analyst.
Okay, analyst. Okay. So first off, obviously, Black and brown gender nuanced people would have to get into a place to first and foremost address self-love before they can even begin to have compassion for anybody else. So hypothetically, let's say you have people who are on that journey. My question to you is, how do Black and brown people, what is a healthy way to deal with a lot of Black and brown people's experience of their own Black community? Because a lot of us have been ostracized, kicked out of our homes, kicked out of the church, put out on the streets, have been beat, have been disowned, have been bullied throughout school, have been through real severe emotional, mental, and physical violence perpetuated within our own communities by our parents, by our uncles, neighborhood guys, etc. How do you experience the impact of that without allowing it to misinform you about who the real evil is and who the real puppeteer is and what the real source of that violence and fear is?
I'm really going to attempt to be brief and to the point here because this is so important.
Mm-hmm.
We have to understand that we do not live in a neutral society. One of the things about how white supremacy mythology is rolled out, it's a patriarchal phenomena. I mean, women were the last, including white women, were the last to be able to vote legally because they were so anti-women. So the phenomena called patriarchy is very anti-women, very anti-female, and very male privileging, but not Black male. Black males were being murdered and killed, emasculated, and not allowed to be men, and were terrified of being lynched during this experience of patriarchy and manhood being held up to the heights, which is one of the reasons why there's so many Black males now acting in a compensatory hyper man drag manner to make up for that several centuries of dehumanization and emasculation. So I say all that because the LGBT, Ellen, Elton John, etc. Community doesn't give us space or even encourage us to acknowledge what I just got finished saying.
Yeah.
The context of Black anxiety around gender nuance. So Black people need to know that, remember and know their history and understand the value of understanding the Black experience and knowing their history. That's the first thing. The second thing, we have to stop racializing ourselves. And what I mean by that is, as a therapist, I've worked with white people, Asian people, Black people, Latino people, and Spanish and English, and all kinds of people who have been put out of their homes, who have been rejected by their family. There's even such things still as white men who are in the closet, despite the gay movement. I mean, all this stuff still happens. But what Latinos or people that are being called brown, Asians, and whites never do is blame their people for their abuse. You're not going to hear. I mean, a number of trans Latinos have been killed by Latin men, but they're not going to get on TV and say this is what this is what Latino men do. White people are not going to say white men ain't no good. They're not going to say that because they're white and they know that I'm not that way. So it's ridiculous for me to do a generalization because I'm part of the community. Well, Black people, as I said much earlier in this conversation, have been taught to racialize us. Sit your Black ass down. You know, N-words ain't shit. I ain't going back and forth with you N-words. I'm living my best life. There is no equivalent song like that in no other race. Period.
Or Black men, Black women making these very broad, general strokes using broad language.
Yes. Like one same gender loving person who's gay identified, who's a college professor, wrote me and he said, "How dare you support David Chappelle when David Chappelle is inducing violence toward trans people and people like David Chappelle are killing trans people." What I say, insane, exaggeration, crazy, emotionalized, anti-Black perspective. Because David Chappelle ain't killing transgender people. And I could tell by his character, he would never kill a transgender person. And I hope I remember my story because I want to make another story to make my point. I spoke at a very well-known Ivy League university recently, and the head of the cultural center wanted me to come and speak to the Black faculty at this university. To make a long story short, I was there to talk to the Black faculty about finding ways to inspire Black students to live their lives not as capitalist individuals, but as people who are using the toolkit they've gotten through the academy to be an asset to Black people, to Black power, to the collective advancement of Black people, not individuals with money, which is what we're trained to do, while other groups take care of their people while they're learning. That's what they do. But we used to do that during Black Wall Street and all kinds of things. That people were just like that, but we were traumatized, bombed, burned alive, murdered, and made scared to do it. But the point I'm making is that during my talk, this Black woman was very uncomfortable during my. Everybody was Black. This Black woman was very uncomfortable doing my talk, and I'm saying this really fast to get to the point. She had on rainbow flag earrings, and she had on an outfit that made it clear who she was representing. Black woman. So she got up and she said, "You forgot somebody, Dr. Manago. You forgot somebody." And she had an attitude. And I knew where she was coming from because, I mean, the LGBT community has trained y'all really well. I knew where she was coming from. So she said, "You forgot somebody." And this is a PhD. I stayed very calm, never got defensive, never. As part of my strategy, I said, "So who did I forget? You forgot the LGBTQ XYZ elementary Q community." And I said, "No." I said, "When you went to buy that belt you got on, did you go to an LGBT belt rack? Or did you go to a rack where there were belts and get a belt?" It was an inclusive belt rack. I'm here to talk about Black people. You look Black to me from head to toe. You're included. Short Black people, tall Black people, same-gender-loving Black people, LGBT. I said Black. So you were not excluded. And now, mind you, she assumed that I was heterosexual the whole time. So she said, well, you need to be specific. Trans women are being murdered daily by black men. Again, I stayed calm. I said, well, okay, let's take advantage of and my PowerPoint that I brought was already hooked to the internet. So I said, let's look at who's being killed. To make a long story short, and you heard me say this on the Roland show, almost 9,000 black men have been killed, 1,600 black women have been killed, and 21 transgender people have been killed. I said, first of all, at this point in the year, it should be about two. If they're really being killed daily, there should be at least 250 trans murders. If what you're saying is true. I said, but it says 21. And then, of course, she said, well, there's underreporting. I said, as a former law enforcement officer, trust me, black women are underreported. Black men are underreported. And you're right. Trans people are underreported. But all of us are underreported.
Yeah.
The actual epidemic of death on a daily basis is black men. And black women, not people who are trans. That's not true. There's not a litany of attacks of trans people in the black community to the point of murder. That is not true. So she said, well, that's something that you would say, and I see the essence of homophobia. And then I said, well, my boyfriend would find that very interesting. And she was completely shocked. She said, don't patronize me. And the guy who invited me, who knew I was SGL, because he was SGL too, started rolling on the floor laughing. I said, well, my boyfriend would find it very interesting that I'm homophobic. And she didn't get it at first. She probably got it later. I said, I'm SGL. And I would never forget you. But my conversation was not an SGL conversation. It was a black conversation to talk to children who are that you are the faculty for, to inspire them to make sure that their lives are an asset to the black experience. That was my focus. I didn't come here for an SGL conversation. So I say all that to say that, again, that was an example of how the white gay paradigm is shoved into our faces, creating division between us, where we can't even acknowledge the real crises in our community, which we need to all come together to make sure that trans people and gender nuanced people aren't attacked, that black men are not attacked, and that black women are not attacked, and that we have a conversation about why there's anxiety in the black community about gender nuance. It's not skin deep. It's not a skin deficiency. It's the result of a horrific, horrible deformation and attack on black people called enslavement in this country. And the unresolved reverberations that are alive and well up until this date, so much so that we call ourselves a word every day that came directly from slavery, which is the word nigger. That bolsters the implication that we're not worthy of other people. So one of the things I'll close that long tangent with is that people say black and brown all the time, but brown people, if you will, are more engaging of sexual diversity than black people. And even trans, as I said a moment ago, even trans Latinx people know about the killing of trans people from another Latin people. Do not say Latino people are killing us, Latino people are bad. They don't look at a universal dehumanization and blaming on their community, their whole community, as an option.
Yeah.
Because that's what knowing who you are does. When you don't know who you are, you'll blame black people for everything. Yeah.
So to play the devil's advocate with that a little bit, there are people who will feel that when people do that, that's a way of being dismissive of the violence that Black trans women are experiencing, or the violence that same gender loving men and women are experiencing. It's almost like coming to an AIDS rally interested in cancer treatment. So people would say, well, of course, problems are going to be relative to those who have those problems. So of course, trans women are crying out against the violence happening to them, especially being with a minority within a minority, within a minority, within a minority, within a minority, and seeing all of these layers of power that exist over them, making them terrified of what the dominant societies above them will do with that power, already knowing that there is misunderstandings and ideologies that exist that can lead to the ending of their life. So,
well, the irony here, and pardon for interrupting, but I think I see where you're coming from, is that the talk that I gave on Roland Martin's show helped people to care about trans people.
Yeah.
It helped people to humanize and understand trans people. Because I said more than once that I value the lives of trans people, but I didn't stop there.
Yeah.
I said black men and black women, and I value all of us, and we need to look out for all of us. So what I say when people might have that impression is that I am an advocate for people having the right to express themselves the way they want to, particularly across gender performances, and not be abused for it. And my work speaks to that. And I've been an advocate against femophobia since I was 17 years old. And I don't mean no part-time passive. I mean, another story I'll tell you, and this might really shock people, and I'll make this short. And there's a street in Hollywood called Highland Avenue, and this was when I was in my mid-20s. I was walking up Highland Avenue, and you're probably too young to remember there was this thing called a phone booth.
I know what a phone booth is.
Okay, well, there used to be phone booths on all corners of before cell phone.
Clark Kent transforms into Superman in one. Okay,
right, exactly. So I was walking up Highland Avenue, and it was two big guys. One was black and one was Latino, pushing the phone booth and harassing this guy that was in the phone booth. And I couldn't see who he was, but I knew somebody was in the phone booth being harassed. And I got closer, and they were calling him punks, faggots, bitches, and it was a small-built, effeminate white guy in the phone booth, terrified. So I was upset about this. So I went up to make a long story short. I went up to the phone booth and I got in front of it when they were giving push. I said, leave this man alone. Look at you two dudes. You have the nerves to be calling him faggots and punks, and you're twice his size and you're messing with him. I think the punk should go the other way around, because there's no way this guy could beat you up, and look how you're treating him. And everybody assumes I'm a heterosexual, so they assume, man, why are you taking up for this sissy and this punk? And this was a white boy in this phone. I said, because you're harassing him for being the same thing I am. And they were like, just like the woman at the school, they were like, what I really meant, that was the farthest thing from their mind. And I said, no, you're harassing him for being the same thing that I am. What are you talking about? You ain't no white faggot. I said, well, I don't use the word faggot, but I am a man who loves men. And bottom line is, and I cussed, and I'm a cuss. Stop fucking with him, or else you got to deal with me. And they looked at me, and they eventually walked away. And the young, terrified kid, who was probably around my age, because I was a kid too, ran out and hugged me and told me thank you. They were crying profusely, and of course they thought that meant no. That don't mean that was not going to happen between us. You go on your merry way. I didn't want you hurt, and I didn't want you abused. So that's an example of what I've done in defense of feminine people, because I don't believe I don't look at being masculine or masculinity as superior to femininity or nothing like that. So people, are you still there? Uh-oh. It seems that I'm here and you're not.
StreamYard just kicked me out of my own stream. But
yeah, because I was still there. Anyway, what I was saying was that anybody who thinks I'm femophobic, which is the word I coined when I was a kid, or transphobic, or whatever, they just ignorant and looking at things through a white lens, because a black lens would get and means they would have a conversation with me and see where I'm coming from. No, I'm not trying to dismiss what trans people go through, but I don't want them dismissing what black people go through. And I want us to all come together to prevent violence among black people. In Baltimore, where my main office is, they have a project called Baltimore Ceasefire, because every weekend people are killed, and they're usually not trans. Typically, they're not trans. Somebody trans may get killed once or twice in the year or something like that here, but there's Black people being killed every week, and I think that we should all care about that. And I'll close with this: if Black people saw, for example, trans people stepping up for Black folks and stepping up against violence and oppression toward Black folks, trust me, that would increase respect among Black people from this community. But what they're seeing is Black people jumping on the side of white folks under the LGBTQ paradigm, attacking Black folks. For example, the National Black Justice Coalition. You've heard of them, right?
Yes, of course.
The National Black Justice Coalition, which is ran by a guy who I think is a good guy, very smart, very well-meaning. But the National Black Justice Coalition came into being because white gays want to fund a Black group to push gay marriage, same-sex marriage. So they came out of a white paradigm too, and they don't have a Black critical analysis driving their work. It's the white gay LGBTQ paradigm that drives their work. So to me, of course, they're going to jump on the white gay side and attack a Black man, but they're not considering these issues that you've just got finished hearing me articulate, and that's very white of them.
So you just said a lot of interesting things. First of all, now how you gonna save that little effeminate white man and be his knight in shining armor and then not close that book with a happy ending? You cannot save the effeminate principle like that without it ending in riding off together in the sunset. Okay, that was a classic.
No.
That was a classic. You, Dr. Cleo, if you save my life, we get married. That's just period. Okay.
No,
that's period.
If he was a brother that I found appealing and turned me on, and we happened to, the moonlight came up after I saved him, and I was just sat down. We'd be married right now. But I'm
okay. Well, good. You keeping it all in the family. Thank God. Now, you just said some things that, of course, we have to discuss, and I know I can't keep you here forever tonight, but briefly, you mentioned something that we hear a lot from the Black community at large, and I know I'm making a general stride, but living in the world of social media, it is so easy to make generalities because you see a pattern under every comment section, under every discussion. There seems to be a consistent running theme and mood and temperature that this is consistent. And one of the things that I hear from a lot of Black Americans is like, where are Black same gender loving people and where are Black gender nuanced people in the fight for Black Lives Matter? My question is, first, I think the approach is really, I think it's ignorant, to be honest, because first of all, there are so many grassroots and civil rights organizations that were literally generated by SGL men and women and gender nuanced individuals. Secondly, it is not like we're coming to the Black Lives Matter movement with the I'm gay hat on. So the assumption that a lot of Black Americans are making is that somehow you're supposed to know that that Black trans women and men and that Black same gender loving men and women are identifiable in this fight, because to Black people's point, and another general term I'm using is, if we are Black first, then how in the hell do you expect to know where we are amidst the fight? Because we're being Black in those fights, not trans in those fights, not same gender loving in those fights. We're being Black. And so I always have to push back on the community when I hear that. But you also spoke about something so fascinating, and we nearly had to end the live when we approached the topic of masculine privilege. Where's your head now when you hear privilege? And I'm sure you have been somebody who has heard and been labeled as having masculine privilege, as you were talking about with the B. Scott panel. There was an assumption and kind of a alluding to you being a conformist male, etc. So what do you think of masculine privilege? Because I find it ironic that in all of the stories that you told, you spoke about, I assume to be self-identifying heterosexual individuals, assuming right off the bat, from the barber who was using the F word, who was cutting your hair, saying gay slurs, who didn't know you was changing to loving, to the elderly lady who approached you at the debate and assumed, to even these guys who you got off the back of this mayonnaise complected queer person. There's an assumption that, so you have a cloaking ability, you have a something that allows you to go under the radar. And I got a lot of emails about this dialogue before we sat down regarding how some people feel you refuse to acknowledge masculine privilege as a thing. But even given your own experiences, do you realize that your masculinity in some ways have allowed you to maybe I know you are just as same gender loving as me, but would you agree that your masculinity also has probably in some way shielded you from a lot of violence, comparatively speaking, that other maybe Black and brown queer people experience? I mean, same gender loving and gender nuanced people experience.
I'm going to answer that first, but I also want to talk about Black Lives Matters. But I'm going to answer this first. Those people who think that, and this is unfortunate, never ever have enough courage to literally have a conversation and engage that perspective. They have no idea what it's like to be a so-called masculine Black man, and they're so in their own pain and personal torture, where they're assuming everybody who beat their ass was heterosexual or whatever, and I don't agree with that. I think a lot of them weren't. But getting back to the masculinity thing, they have no idea and have not asked or engaged that issue. First of all, and I'm going to tell this is a real short story, but happened at the Black Men's Exchange that helps to make my point. At the Black Men's Exchange in LA in the 90s, we were talking about police brutality. I think it was the attack of Rodney King. And BMX has always attracted all kinds of same gender loving and bisexual Black men and heterosexual men, but lots of Black men who are across the spectrum of gender presentation. And these two effeminate young Black men who were really good friends bragged about how when a cop pulls them over, they start batting their eyes and they start flirting to get the cop to leave them alone, and how
neutralize the cop.
Right, to neutralize the cop, and how successful they've been. And then I joked and said, if I tried to bat my eyes, I might break a window, because I don't know how to do that. So the point I'm trying to make is that I used to wear glasses. I don't need glasses, and I never. Well, I might be getting to that point because I'm getting older. But typically, I don't need glasses. But you might see pictures of me in glasses, and they're not prescription. They're just for show. And I used to wear glasses because when I wore glasses, I got put over less by the police in Los Angeles. Being a masculine Black man, and the statistics prove it, is extremely dangerous. When people talk this stuff about, like that professor did at that Ivy League university, about trans women being killed every day, that was a extreme exaggeration. And I showed the stats of who in the spectrum is literally being killed and murdered every day. And Black men who look like me or who perceive like me are considered particularly dangerous, even among Black people. And so being a so-called masculine Black man is dangerous, lethal. It's connected to why most of the unemployed look like me. It's connected to why most of the homeless look like me. There's a lot of challenges that come from just trying to go shopping when you look like me. I was in San Francisco, and I was in a hurry to get to a meeting that I was late for. So I was running to the meeting. I looked behind me. There were 3 white men chasing me with that wrench that they use to take tires off. I forgot what it's called. Crowbar, I think it's called. Because they thought that I had stolen something from somebody had stolen something from them, and I happened to run by to go to a meeting, and they said it was me, and it wasn't me.
Wow.
Sean Bell, Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown. We can go down a list of black men, most who are not feminine, who are murdered because white supremacy murders and targets black men who give the appearance of not being compromised, based on a patriarchal perspective.
Yeah.
So if I had a conversation with a feminine man about what's going on, and they had enough courage and love and decency and integrity to have the conversation, they would learn some things. Now, it's true that I'm not getting beat up for being feminine and all this other kind of stuff that they experience. However, another story. One of my staff, before they got this job, told me about applying for a job to be a teller at a bank, and how the white folks who interviewed them went through their job description, their resume, and saw they worked at some kind of gay center. And they said they realized that he was gay identified, and they were more comfortable with him, and he got the job. Because white people see gay identified, particularly dramatically gay identified people, as less of a threat, and they know they created gay, not homosexuality. I want to be clear, but they created the gay. They created the gay paradigm. It's theirs. It's their creation. It affirms them as white people, and when they see a brother who is just happy to be gay and just all in their face and gay, they go, we're not going to hire these other black men who apply for this job. We're hiring him because he makes us feel safer, and we feel like we can control him.
Yeah,
that's why Lee Daniels and Billy, whatever his last name is, and Don Lemon and all of them with these white lovers got the gig. Even on CNN, there's 3 black men who got their own show. That they are. 2 of them one is homosexual, 2 are heterosexual. Van Jones and this tall comedian with an afro, I forgot his name, but all 3 of them have white partners.
No.
So, and there's no such thing as an accidental pattern, as I said. So,
for assimilation designed to soften their blackness in the gaze of white.
Well, what I say is that white people know they love me. They literally love me. Yeah. They literally go home to me. They ain't gonna be a problem for me. Hire.
Yeah.
So that's some. I usually don't cut, but I'm gonna say it the way I feel. That's some bullshit. That being a so-called masculine man is a safety net and full of privilege. The most murdered, attacked, killed, and incarcerated men in this country look like me.
So, of course, I have to put that further into context, because when a lot of us talk about masculine privilege, we don't mean it in terms of its proximity to whiteness, but more so the privilege that exists around masculinity within the actual Black experience. That obviously you are deemed as more of a efficient and valuable man because of your masculinity.
See, what people don't realize about me, because they haven't had a conversation with me, is I don't play that.
Yeah. Okay. So let me also add that part too. I don't, because yes, there definitely is a lot of mythology and assumptions around you, but also just even separating you personally and just dealing with the masculinity in relationship to the Black experience. Like for me, example, I wasn't encouraged to be this type of a Black male in the Black community. All of this was a no-no. All of it. Every bit of it was absolutely a hell to the nah. For the church, for the family, for Blackness. This is not what you do. This is not what you do. You don't do this. You do that. You do that. You do Manago. You do Cleo. You don't do this. And it's interesting because, like, even in my own anecdotal reality, like I had I come from a very Christian Orthodox family, and just as a short story of my own, I have always, not always, but once I got to the point of self-acceptance and love, I was completely unapologetic about who I was, and all of my truths and intersections was just deal with it. And if we got a strap and if I have to die on the hill of my truth, I'm willing to die on this hill. I am not backing down. I'm not pulling a reverse Uno card. I'm dying in this truth, period. All of those truths. So with that, and with there being a big no-no around it, I noticed that one of my cousins I grew up with, he got married to a beautiful woman, successful Black couple. They had 2 kids, my younger cousins. I only saw those younger cousins when we intersected at Thanksgivings and family events. And recently we had a conversation a year and a half ago, and I asked him an honest question. I said, I felt like growing up, I didn't really get an opportunity to know my cousins. And I feel like it was because of my
how you show
gender lovingness coupled with the femininity. And my cousin was honest enough to absolutely say, yeah.
And guess what?
Yeah.
Go on. And guess what? I have gone through the exact, when I say exact, the exact same thing. Family members keeping their children from me, not being invited places. Recently, my grandmother died in Buffalo, New York, and one of my uncles, I went to hug him, and I would have been attracted to him at gunpoint. But anyway, I went to hug, and he was like, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, you my uncle, and my grandma, your mother just died. That's why I'm hugging you. So don't be making up. Like I said, if there's actual conversations, people will see some things that they don't expect. I mean, as a same-gender loving person who's quote unquote out. See, regardless of how people see my so-called privilege, I'm in some instances, internationally known same-gender loving Black man who spends a lot of time in Black spaces that traditionally don't want me in them, but I'm Black and I'm coming.
I told you, you are coined as a gay hotep. That's the way that
which offends me. Mostly the gay part, the hotep part don't offend, but the gay part does.
Yes, same gender loving hotep.
But the point I'm making is that, oh no, I deal with BS all the time because I'm SGL. Even that Umar Johnson interview that you mentioned, as I told you when we talked about it, I invited him to talk about his school. I didn't invite him to talk about homosexuality. Right. Somebody told him something about me that he should be warned about, and then he went on that conversation in a very dysfunctional.
When you start cracking into him, he pulled that out. He thought he was pulling it out as a weapon. Yeah. Like, wait, are you? He thought that he was going to use that to start discrediting and snatching you down from.
So I go through stuff. I mean, as someone who's in Black empowering, Black affirming spaces and who insists on being there, I go through looks, dismissal, disrespect, name calling. It's a guy whose name I won't repeat because he don't need no new press, who made a career out of following me and going to places that I spoke and doing protests and crazy stuff. And there's an interview of me that was done by a woman named Claudia Pryor, who has since passed from cancer, but she's a heterosexual Black woman who asked me to come to a school in Philadelphia as invited by some children to talk about being a same-gender loving man. Now, this was a heterosexual woman who set this whole thing up and flew me out and paid for me to be there. It was not my idea. This person has used that footage to say that I go around recruiting young Black kids into homosexuality, which is not true. But I won't bore you with all that I go through and have been through. But these people know what the hell they're talking about, and they're looking at me through a lens of pain for being hurt while being feminine, and they assume that if I was like him, I wouldn't be hurt. Well, that's a ignorant, untrue perspective. The reason why the babies in man drag, and the reason why gang members are killing each other, and the reason why people are imploding in public and winding up part of the so-called industrial prison complex is because of the trials, the unresolved trials and tribulations of just being a Black male in this society. And there is in the workforce and even in the entertainment industry a privileging, if you will, of feminine Black men. And even on the job market. There's a privileging of feminine Black men. So And the complaints that feminine black men have and trans black men have about violence and attack is true too. That's also true. But they have no idea. They treat me like I'm just waltzing around on this privileged feminine cloud, having this great life. And I would say that I deal with as much, if not more, because of my platform of attack than a lot of people, including my life being threatened.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to definitely establish that because it's kind of why I said the word comparatively speaking, kind of like how there's probably a lot of white gay or white trans people who will say, well, yes, I'm white, but I'm also oppressed, and I also have been talked about, and I've also been kicked out, and I've also been bullied. And so they think that the term privilege means that they have total immunity, but it's all in the context of, maybe in that context, race. In this case, masculinity and femininity within the Black experience. So I don't want you to interpret the word privilege as meaning that Dr. Cleo Manago has never interfaced with homophobia, that you've never been scarred, or
I never suspected that you were doing that, and I know my impression that you would never do that. But all I have to say is just look up the history of lynching.
Yeah,
the picture proof is there. Black men are under attack, and I was surprised when these brothers at BMX said what they say about batting. I hadn't heard that before. About batting their eyes, and they literally embodied their posture when these police, they say, "Yeah, honey, I bat my eyes," and they jump off me. They change and they wind up just going away because they don't see you as a threat. So privilege is a relative thing.
Yeah.
And the conversation I just had with you about this almost never happens.
Well, I think that conversation like this aid and abet a more of a warm atmosphere to make you approachable, and to realize that, to give people something to relate to, so that conversations and understandings can really come together. I wanted to
don't forget about Black Lives Matters. I gotta address that. But
so go ahead. Black Lives Matter.
I'm gonna get to the point. Black Lives Matters is some bullshit. I'll give some direct examples. I'll give some conceptual examples. If Black Lives Matters, who's one of the leaders, just resigned, and it's why you resigning when the problem is still here. People still getting killed. It's too early to resign because they weren't sincere in the first place. But the bottom line is that as you know, I was on Roland Martin when he was on TV One.
Yes.
And I was around when Black Lives Matters was a whisper before it became what it became. And what happened was Black Lives Matters was a hashtag. And then in the wake of all these murders of Black people, mostly men and some women, but predominantly men, some people who were safe to white folks, all who don't have Black partners either, by the way, were allowed to be the poster children for this thing called Black Lives Matters. And it became this big thing. And then the mantra Black Lives Matters became famous. But the people at the core of it are not Black power advocates. Black power and actually attaining it goes beyond police brutality. But that was easier to deal with because it was a sensationalized issue with Black bodies in the press that created this coalescing of things that made it sensational. And when it came to coming on TV to break down the Black experience, reparations and Black power, and creating a safe autonomy for Black people from a Black culture perspective, they could not even talk about none of that. They jumped on the police brutality bandwagon. And my biggest point is that if Black Lives Matters was real, they would have been more visible than ever during the Trump administration. And guess what? You couldn't even find them during the Trump administration when racism in its raw form was all in your face, and the murders of Black people, including at rallies for this MF. So same general people do not help themselves when they say Black Lives Matters was a rescue group, because they weren't. And the final thing I'll say on that, and I'll answer any questions about that, is that asking white folks to let us matter is not a powerful position.
Amen. Say it again.
Please white folks let us matter. First of all, they should be asking us, can they matter when it comes to
Period.
history and who was here
Yes.
first? And so
And who should be terrified.
Exactly. And I like the Jew, relatively speaking, I like the Jews mantra, which is never again. You ain't doing this shit again. Other than white people, please let us matter. That's a white supremacist mantra. That's almost as bad as the forgiveness campaign that came after Dylann Roof murdered those people. And the word forgiveness was on all the front of all the magazines nationwide. So it's look, people are still being murdered. And the Black Lives Matters manifesto don't affirm black men no more than the people that murdered black men. So don't get me started with Black Lives Matter.
Okay, I won't. I did just drop the link because Cleo Manago does have a life and a man to go and soothe. However, I did drop the link. You guys can click it. There's somebody here who spoke about meeting you 1,000,000 years ago. She's one of my wonderful, she's one of my beautiful and wonderful subscribers. You guys are welcome to hit the link. As people are deciding to come up, and if you guys also have any questions, you can put them in the chat, etc. for Dr. Cleo. So what do you want your own Black and Brown SGL and gender nuance people to know? Like right now, if I was to just section this video off right now and use it as a public service announcement from Dr. Cleo Manago to his fellow gender nuance girls and guys and SGL men and women, what would you have them know?
I would first say that I am an advocate for my community of SGL, trans, and bi people. I totally suggest that we learn who we are, that we come out of the white gay paradigm, which is all most of us know, which is an assault to us and disrespectful for us, and learn our own history as same gender loving, gender nuance, and bisexual people of African descent. Because our history nurtures, embraces, loves, affirms, and speaks to our souls, and is a great place to go to discover our power and who we are. And knowing your history, which is one reason why I've had some success in my work, which goes beyond my so-called masculinity, is that when I have conversations with Black people about Black issues, I can talk about it from a Black perspective. And it's real clear that I care about my people, and that I'm not on the LGBTQ white racist bandwagon. And I suggest that same gender loving, bi, and trans people take on that same approach by knowing their history, and also understand that our community has been paralyzed regarding talking about these issues in a meaningful way because of the reverberations of slavery and the hyper-masculine compensatory reaction to having been castrated. And we do need to have conversations that break away from masculine investments and go into human investments, which definitely includes feminine investments. Because the most human among us are more feminine than masculine drag. So I want people to know that I understand that. My life and my work speaks to that, articulates that. And regardless of the fact that I don't wear a dress, and I'm not going to ever wear a dress or go in women's drag, if you will, I'm not comfortable with that person in terms of how I show up in the world, but I'm not mad at people that do. I'm not mad at all. I think that hyper-masculine needs to be challenged and put in context, because most hyper-masculine people are running from hell from their humanity / femininity, because this society has made it dangerous for them to be who they are, and they're trying to step up and make up for it through man drag. And sometimes through that, they're being abusive. So I'm here for you, but we got to be Black about what we do.
All right, well, you guys heard it first from Dr. Cleo Manago. Okay, take it in, internalize it, accept it, run with it. Jazzy, I see you here. I'm going to let you speak, and thank you, and welcome to the platform. Before I let you speak, I want to ask Dr. Cleo Manago another question as it relates to femininity and with Black men at large struggling to embrace femininity in their own way, because of all of the connotations around how it's defined. Can you just tell me briefly, what is it like like, what is your way of relating to your femininity? How does that show up in you? How does that show up in your life? What does that look like to you, for you?
Well, first of all, as I said before, being masculine or so-called feminine is really being on the spectrum of being human, and we carry all of that. I'm a nurturer. I'm a very loving person. I'm not violent. I'm not abusive. I'm not hurtful. I kiss and hug and embrace my capacity to be feminine, quote unquote. But then I push back and say I don't agree that it's feminine. It's because of this society making us make hard choices. It's just because the society is making us make hard choices because of toxic patriarchy that we are afraid to be who we are as human beings in that spectrum. And I embrace my spectrum. And I have been comfortable with the construct in terms of clothing and presentation that's called male, but I don't think it's better than female. It's just how I show up. Yeah. So I am feminine and masculine all the time, but I don't buy into aesthetical constructs of how I should show up to be more feminine in terms of my presentation. I am naturally more quote unquote so-called masculine in this society, but I'm also feminine, but it's rarely seen. I've been in places before where I started crying and nobody saw me crying because they didn't expect that, they didn't recognize that, they couldn't fathom that, so they didn't see it.
They probably would have called 911 had they saw it.
Yeah, and I was crying, but they couldn't. Yeah, they did. It's dehumanizing to not see my spectrum. Yeah, and some people don't.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a great point. I speak about that all the time, how we shouldn't just associate masculinity and femininity to performance and aesthetic and mannerisms, because, you know, from my approach as a metaphysician, I also define those attributes as actual traits: compassion, empathy, creativity, intuitive. Those things can be associated with femininity, leadership, rationale, logic. All those things can also be associated with masculinity. And of course, regardless of being male or female, anybody can identify and personify those traits on a consciousness level, on an aesthetic level, etc. Now, Jazzy, I know you're here. We don't have a lot of time left with Dr. Cleo Manago, but the floor is yours, honey. Thank you for being
here. When I met you, you were Cleo. Max San Luis introduced us many, many years ago in LA. And then when I moved to Atlanta, you came to visit me. I lived on Roswell Road, and you came to visit me. You were visiting with a young man, a young Morehouse man, and you came to visit me in my place. And then you were gone. It was like I couldn't find you anymore. It's Jace. Well, you probably know me as Dolores, but it was, or D, but it was Jace. I'm Jace now. Yeah.
Oh, hey, D.
Hey, love. This was a wonderful conversation. Yes, I so enjoyed the conversation. And as long as I've known you, you have always been just a gentle spirit to me. I never associated that with anything except your humanness, you know? And it's not, and I'm happy with the work that you've been doing. I really am.
This is D.
Yeah. Hey, I'd show you my face, but I'm looking a hot mess, and I don't ever show up on YouTube.
So when it comes to Morehouse, what was going on Morehouse campus? What was going on?
Well, all I'll say is, then I'll get to that, is that, of course, D doesn't see me in these crazy ways, because D has seen me candid, you know, and candid spaces with just me being me without projections and assumptions and all that kind of stuff. And most people who know me don't ever make the accusations that abuse feminine gay identified men who are hurting assume when they see me. D is a whole other person, and she gets to see me from a holistic perspective instead of through that wounded lens that some of these gay identified Black men are walking with it, and assume that people look like me are living the life because people who look like me, they think, beat them up. But I was dating this person from who went to Morehouse. And I brought my date over to Dee's house.
Yeah.
What? But why? Like,
What you mean? Why?
what? Like, so y'all were actual friends?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
before she came to Atlanta, before I came to Atlanta.
Yeah.
We knew each other.
In LA, yeah.
Los
Yeah,
Angeles.
we have a mutual friend. And I remember that sometimes you and Maxine would get into some pretty interesting conversations, because I think until I confessed my bisexuality, I think she was kind of off the whole, she called it homosexual thing. It was like, girl. Yeah. And yeah. Well, that was a whole nother lifetime. And I'm just tickled. I was tickled when I watched Roland Martin, his YouTube show regularly. And when I see you, I just have a sense of pride, because I love the way you're able to speak about same gender loving activities, affairs, feelings. I don't know if I'm articulating it correctly, but the intelligence with which you deliver it, and you don't deliver anything in anger. You don't, you all, even if someone is attempting to strike a nerve, they're trying to use it to get you fired up, you always remain calm. And I think that they are better people, at least I hope they would be, that you've provoked thought about how they feel about same gender loving men and women.
Yeah. So can I propose a question? Would it be, so if there seems to be a strong census that your SGL gender nuance peers feel like there's a wall, are you willing to consider your approach in order to create something that feels approachable and that makes you perceivably tangible and available, so that there's not a lot of projection or assumptions or people automatically take a defensive posture? Would you be willing to, in your own way, figure out how to do that?
I think, and hear me out, I think the answer is no.
Okay, but you think, so we're going to hear you out.
Yeah, because the people who are doing that always lie. And lie is a strong word, but for example, somebody wrote you and said that I said that the Black community was not transphobic and not homophobic. I've never in my life said that. I've never said that. What I said, which is what I've also said on your show, is that there's a context behind attitudes among Black people that where there's anxiety around these issues, and that we should address them. I mean, when white folks say homophobia and call somebody homophobia, that's exactly what they mean. What the Black community sometimes means is, where are the Black menophobia? Have Black men been compromised of phobia? Have all this hanging and lynching and murdering and post-brutality led to gender confusion among Black men? Our Black men are going through some type of struggle because of the lack of attention to healing them since slavery. Somehow that is acted out, maybe dysfunctional and hurtful, but it's a justifiable consideration. And when you in the LGBTQ white lane, you don't have Black considerations. And these people need to have Black considerations, because in my work and in my life, I don't coddle or defend hurtful, abusive behavior toward anybody. But what I know as a behaviorist, that to resolve an issue, people have to understand something called cause and effect. This is occurring because of this. And what the LGBTQ community does is live inside of a white phenomena where their cause and effect is different from our cause and effect. That's why I said earlier that I know white homosexual young men who've been put out of their community, who've been put out of their house, but they never say, "Oh, I'm tired of white folks. White folks ain't shit. I ain't gonna date no white folks. They don't go there because they don't have the same cause and effect because of slavery, because of internalized oppression, because of being dehumanized on a policy level in the country that they live. They didn't go through that based on skin color. So they have a different cause and effect. I talk to Black people with a consideration of Black cultural and contextual cause and effect, which is why I've had some success with Minister Louis Farrakhan, blah, 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 blah. Not because I'm masculine. Another brother who was very effective, who was very feminine, was James Baldwin.
Yeah.
But James Baldwin was talking about Black freedom issues in ways that were powerful. So when he died, this wrist broken, cigarette holding person had a Black African funeral in Harlem because he was adored and loved because of how well he spoke on Black issues. And that's why I said earlier, if Black people saw trans people instead of running behind white folks and using their platform to come after Black folks, which is ironic given how racist they are, if Black people seen same gender loving and feminine and everybody else having Black people's back, that would be a bridge builder. But what we do is we see people doing what they did, running behind HRC to attack a Black man, and that was a wrong move that created division. But your question was, am I willing to change or do something?
And not necessarily change.
They need to be able to tell the truth and admit that I'm in pain, I'm wounded, I'm hurt, and I've been through stuff because I'm feminine and I'm projecting onto you. They need to admit that because that's what's going on. Did I tell you about? I did tell you about the leggings conversation.
The leggings.
Okay, I can be short on this.
Okay.
Another story.
Okay.
Well, I almost said the organization's name. I don't want to put this guy on Front Street. Anyway, I was on Roland Martin's show. Roland Martin had a show about some statistics that came out about Black same-gender loving people, and he invited this young man onto the show, and he invited me onto the show. At the end of the show, the young man heard about me, and he was from the Midwest, and he was kind of excited about meeting me in person. Blah blah blah, and we went to lunch. During our lunch experience, he said, out the sky blue, leaning to the side, chewing on his straw, he said, "Would you ever wear leggings?" And I didn't even know what leggings were. I had no idea what he was talking about. I said, "Leggings? What's that?" This is a true story. I said, "Leggings? I don't know what that is." And then he showed me, he demonstrated some kind of clothing where you pull it all the way up to the top of your thigh, and it's like a long sock or something like that. And I said, no, I would never wear that. And he said, "See, I knew it. You're phobic. You're femophobic. I'm like, huh? What do you?" So my point to you was that he created in his mind this angle in which to attack me and make me bad, and leggings was his situation. And he also said, "You like the guys who used to beat me up." And I said to him, "I've never beat up anybody for being feminine in mine or put anybody down or anything like that in my entire life." And he said, "Well, you got to respect what I'm saying." I said, "No, because you're dehumanizing me. You're not seeing me for who I am. And you're so wounded by your leggings story, whatever that is, that you can't actually see me and engage who I am. And no, I'm not going to respect that. You need to understand that I had nothing to do with this stuff that you're talking about."
Can you speak to this question? Because and hold on, and before I read this question, this is why I am dropping the link, because you guys have I'm giving you all the opportunity to actually speak with, converse with, and get into dialogue with the doctor himself. I don't want to necessarily speak for trans women themselves. I don't want to speak for the community at large. I want the community, for those of you who have feelings and thoughts, hit the link. Is Dr. Cleo is making himself available to Randy Kamard. He said, "It's sad that when direct questions regarding LGBTQ people are asked, he deflects. Why did you interview him? What was the point? He doesn't care about Black LGBTQ folk Consciouztv."
Well, I really do wish that person would actually show up and say that to me so I can ask them what they're talking about, because I don't know what they're talking about. One thing I can say that about that particular passage is that no, I don't affirm Black people calling themselves LGBTQ. It's a white paradigm. It does not serve or affirm or help Black people, so I don't support that. So if that's what he's reacting to, I don't know, but I don't know what he's talking about.
Randy, if you could maybe be more specific and particular in exactly what you are referring to. What have you seen? What have you heard exactly that has drawn you that conclusion? I want to also introduce Marvin to the chat. Hello, Marvin. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. Hey, Dr. Cleo, you triggering people out here, man. Dang. You triggering a lot of people. Damn.
And Marvin is a professed cisgendered heterosexual male, but he's very friendly and inclusive, and he's a rather nice guy who does not fear Black. You know, he don't fear same gender loving men and women. And
well, I would like to understand what he's referring to. Greetings, Marvin. How are you doing, man? Good to kind of meet you. But when you talk about trigger, I mean, what triggers triggering what? What are you referring to?
Are you there, Marvin? Can you hear? I know that your Boost Mobile connection is a struggle sometimes, and there it is, a struggle, honey. So Marvin, you just hit it up, boo. I would love for the Randys of the comment section to really come up. Like, if there are trans women, I know you, because what you guys are going to do is you're going to let this live come to an end. You're going to DM the hell out of me, and you're going to email the hell out of me, and you're going to do everything that we're providing a space for you to do that in. Right now, right here is the opportunity. Please feel welcome to hit the link. Marvin,
Marvin is back, but I want you to ask that person who said that stuff to actually quote me. You know, say something. Yeah, to quote, because there's none of those quotes. And when he says, "Why did you interview him?" That speaks to his attitude and his, what's really going on with him. But like I said before, he needs to quote me, because none of this stuff quotes me. It has nothing to do with me. And Marvin, so what do you mean by triggering, Marvin? What are you referring to?
No, as in it's the people up in the chat, that they're upset, over that. Me, I see your point. I understand it clearly. But, other people are not too, open of your opinion and won't accept it. You're attacking that community. And, but I do agree with you. I do. Because I think that it doesn't make us whole. That it doesn't make us whole or complete, I'll say. Because I'm like at the workplace, so I can't be, I can't be direct because I don't want to get fired. I'm at the workplace and shit.
Yeah, man.
So, but
I'm not paying your bills.
Yeah, exactly. So that's all that I wanted to say, though.
Well, I gotta get back to work. I appreciate that, Marvin. And what I'm going to say to those people is that, in my opinion, they're fragile. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. I'm just describing what I think is the fact. They're fragile, because the worst thing that can happen during this conversation is we disagree. That's it. If they really feel the way they say they feel, and I don't believe they do, they would come on here and say what they really feel. But I don't think I think they're being disingenuous. And I think they're being dramatic, because they're at home or wherever they are. And here I am. And I'm willing to address not tangential stuff that has nothing to do with me, that doesn't even quote me or reference my thoughts, like Rondé Kamari's. I don't know what they're talking about. But if people want to tell me what they're talking about, I'm willing to address it. I thought that the question about, would you consider the things you say and
not the things you say. I don't know, because I can. Maybe I should use my own anecdotal experience of you. Obviously, I liked you initially. That's how we initially even intersected. And then after our last conversation, I felt the way, not about you, but just about your approach to things. And I think what some people mean, first of all, I'm going to agree with Dr. Cleo Manago that I think that obviously because we experience a lot of violence in all type of ways against ourselves from masculine Black men, that I do think a lot of projecting happens because Dr. Cleo Manago is masculine. There is an obvious masculinity there, which was to my point about Dave Chappelle, why I think some of us are not getting it, because just that symbol alone, just that aesthetic alone, just that existence alone is a trigger for a lot of Black and brown SGL gender nuance individuals. So I do think there's a lot of that going on. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to, Dr. Cleo is also very articulate, and I think if you listen without the emotionality, and I do understand that may be hard, because once again, a lot of us are interfacing with a lot of trauma. The triggers are all over the place. The defensiveness is all over the place. The hurt and the pain is real. It is there. It's on our surface. We're wearing it on our sleeves. So I get how it's hard, because the emotions are in front of being very present. And so I think if some of us would just peel back off of the feelings and really listen, that we would hear and be able to acknowledge a lot of the affirmation that is being provided for Black and brown SGL gender nuance people across the spectrum. It is there. And it's also clear, and like the Cleo Manago said, it's indicative to his work. And if you guys don't feel away, once again, I want you guys to come up here and say what you have to say, because I also have grown since me and Dr. Cleo Manago's last dialogue. I have did a lot of work in understanding myself as it relates to what we're dealing with within the Black experience. And because I understand more about the way we've internalized and been assaulted by pale privilege and white supremacy and patriarchal capitalism, like Dr. Cleo Manago, I see my people as victims of this. And I also know that victims turn into hurt people who hurt people. So of course there's hurt. Of course there's in-house fighting. Of course there's in-house killing. Of course there's domestic disputes and violence and Black people terrorizing their own communities as a result of being a conquered, raped people. And when we remove that context, yes, of course, to Dr. Cleo's point, it's easy to get into racializing, stereotyping, and also expecting the absolute worst from each other, because that's what our surface experience is, without any nuance and information and intel about where that comes from and how this all has came to be. But when you get there, you are very clear about who the real enemy is. And like Dr. Cleo Manago, not negating that we don't hurt each other, but I think Dr. Cleo's approach is identifying the author of this confusion, the real author of this violence, the author of this ignorance. It's not Black and brown people themselves. It's not. And I know that may feel cold and it may feel disconnected, because we're used to crucifying each other, and we're used to hanging each other up, and we're used to penalizing each other. And yes, there needs to be accountability. Of course, there needs to be accountability. Of course, people don't need to be out here being hurt and don't need to be on the receiving end of hate crimes of any kind, whether it's racial, whether it's gender, whether it's orientation, whether etc. But
and I appreciate it a lot what you just said, and I just want to add that the other component to this disorientation is that we do not know our history. We do not know that Black people used to be considered the most accepting of same-gender loving people of all groups historically. We don't know about the picnics that Baldwin and Langston and them used to give near that river in New York. It's right by New York, starts with an H. Anyway,
is the Harlem River?
No, there's another river. I can't think of the name of it. I usually can. Hudson.
Okay, yeah.
At the Hudson River, and we build communities, and we're very supportive of each other. You know, we once upon a time and every time we built something successfully, without exception, we were slaughtered for it.
Mm.
It wasn't. We weren't left alone to just enjoy our prosperity. Vicious, crazy, the MOVE movement in Philadelphia literally had a bomb dropped on them. Dee will remember that. When the mayor of Philadelphia had a bomb dropped on a self-sufficient community called MOVE, M-O-V in Philadelphia. So, you know, we've been trained to love white Jesus and defy white supremacy monstrosity as a problem, because we think that black people are the problem and white people is sacrilege. We literally think it's sacrilegious to look at what white people have done, because we think God is white, and we also think that to be pro-black is anti-white, when the opposite of pro-black is anti-black. Pro-black, anti-black, and we're not concerned about being anti-black because we're already anti-black.
I always thought that when we are accused of loving our own, that we have to hate somebody else, that was a white thing, you know, they felt like if we love ourselves, are confident in ourselves, know ourselves, that intimidated white people, because they don't understand that I don't have to hate you to love me. For them, it's if we love our people, then it's because we hate them. So thank you for even helping me understand that actually has something to do with us hating each other. It does.
Yeah. And what they're doing now, which is a whole nother show, is they're pushing biracialism like crack.
Oh, yeah.
It's hard to find two black people loving each other anywhere in media. You can find commercials where there's a black or a mixed baby with a white father or a white mother, and they're pushing that to compromise black on black loyalty.
I have two comments to make to that, and I want to say hello to Rhonda as well.
Hello.
Hey Rhonda, how are you?
I'm good.
I'm glad to have you here. To your point, Dr. Cleo Manago, I want to say that we're still true in many ways to that encompassing nature that Dr. Cleo Manago speak to, because we are still one of the only people in this country that still legislate everyone else from the bottom up. Why do you think the Asians have their beauty supply stores, their China huts, their restaurants, and whose community? The Arabs have their gas stations and their cigarello stores in whose community? We are still legislating from the bottom up because we literally provide a table and a crux and a temple for everyone to resurrect themselves up off of, while still being left behind in those processes.
That's so
right. that nature there. So before I get to Rhonda, I also want to ask you this. So with that being said, me and you are on the same side when it comes to Dave Chappelle, but what you just said about that, what do you think about Dave Chappelle's interracial marriage? What would you say to that?
Well, first of all, my first reaction is that it's irrelevant. What he said was true. Everything he said was true. But when I go down that rabbit hole, which I tend not to because I think it's irrelevant, is that he ain't with no white woman, number one. Number two, did you know that Filipinos are considered the black among Asians? Did you know that? And he's with a black Asian, if you will, depending when you go from Japanese to Chinese to Laotian, they're considered at the end of the rope. Yeah. Now, yes. I wish he was with somebody black, blah, 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 blah. But I don't give a damn if he was with a horse. Everything he said
I kind of give it
true. Everything he said was true. And he is not interested in no white folks because he would be with one if he was. And his wife is not white.
But we still consider that an interracial.
It is interracial, but when it comes to the reason why we're talking about David Chappelle, that's a distraction.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, for sure. But that question was just off the heels of what you just said about whatever you just said. I didn't forgot what the hell you just said.
But no, what I just said, and I know what I said. I said that white folks are pushing biracialism like
that's
crap.
What it was, yeah.
But they're not pushing black people to be with Filipinos,
right?
They're pushing black people to be with white people.
Yes.
And you cannot watch a television show or a mainstream cable show or any kind of show and not see black folks chasing white folks.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
And
So-
it's all concocted and scripted. It ain't even real. They making it up so we can not look at each other as lovable options for each other.
Yeah, for shizzle. Rhonda, you have the floor. Thank you for being here.
Hi, this is a little out of my league, but I had a brother who was gay. He had passed away in '94.
Sorry to hear that.
But thank you. My question was very simple. I never heard of a Black community gay, but heterosexual looking like you. How long has that been around, if that makes sense to you?
How long has what been around?
Community Black, heterosexual, like you're not feminine, like you said, and you never will be.
Well, most same-gender loving men are similar to me. But what many of them do, and this is something that he was speaking to earlier, they're not activists. I'm an activist. You know, ain't no such thing. Ain't no such thing as that guy's heterosexual, and I'm in the room and I let that slide. And just like I mentioned before, when I spoke at this university, blah 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 blah, I know people assume I'm heterosexual. They don't leave. That conversation don't end with them thinking that, because I tell them what the deal is.
Right.
But because of how unsafe it is to be a Black man, period, and because of the stigmaphobia in the Black community, people don't want no new stigma and no new problems. So a lot of people don't say nothing. And the feminine people are assumed to be homosexual, and they can't not be seen. So they get some harassment. The other men wind up among those people, those that are killed, are among those people who are killed for looking like a man, in quotes.
Right.
But I mean, I know when I lived in LA, I dated basketball players who nobody had no idea, and they were well known on the, well, I'm not gonna say the team, but I know same gender loving and bisexual men who are really who are considered, what do you call, ladies, men, and blah 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 blah. Trust me, it was something else going on.
So that's what they really. I'm sorry to interrupt.
It's all right.
That's it. Is that considered down low in a way?
No, I don't like that, because that terminology doesn't consider what I'm saying. Like the last time I spoke at a conference and somebody talked about down low, I said, first of all, if you create safe space for diverse Black people, if you create safe space for people to be human and not have to be in drag, and if you come out of the white Jesus, Victorian era, King James BS, you might create a space that's safe enough for everybody not to worry about that. But that's not where we live right now. We live in King James church full of reverend full of shit who often is a homosexual. We living in this game society. So
I want y'all to keep talking. I do have to take a little tinkle break, but I'm gonna let y'all take. I'm gonna be right back.
He's so explicit. No. No, I was just curious because I just never heard of it before. I really wish my brother was still alive, because he was gay and he was a little flamboyant, but he was firm. And I think that everybody, regardless on who you love, who, heterosexual, gay, that they should be able to speak out, especially in this time. But to me, it's going kind of backwards, because people are getting killed that are speaking out, that are keeping it in and dying and committing suicide. So I appreciate the conversation. And
you're very welcome.
And you keep up the good work, because I think that everybody has a right to love who they love. It's just a crazy world these days. And, I support you.
Well, thank
and
you.
Conscious, I love you. You know that I come in every now and then.
Yes. So I wanted to ask you, did that speak to your question? Because for some reason I felt like what you were asking is, where are the masculine, same gender loving male community? Is that what you were asking?
I was asking, is there a such thing? Because I never heard of it.
And so what's interesting about that, Rhonda, is that kind of speaks to those who have spearheaded the so-called LGBT movement is very white-faced. And to Dr. Cleo's point, well, to my point, hell, a lot of effeminate men have also been the face of entertainment and media. And so we have not seen a lot of Dr. Cleo Managos. We haven't seen a lot of the more of our Black masculine peers in that way. And I'm also interested in seeing that. I'm also interested in hearing more from the Dr. Cleos and seeing them in these spaces and taking up some of these spaces. Because I think that is all necessary. Black trans men in these spaces, etc. So yeah, there is a lack of
one time, Rhonda, and I think this, I hope this is not too esoteric or abstract, but one time, and this has to do with what I said earlier about not being seen. One time, many years ago, I got my heart broken. And I mean, it was broken. It was I was devastated and literally barely lived through the heart. And it was same gender loving men who were basically, get over it. You know what the hell's wrong with you? That's punk shit. That's stupid for you to be over there with a broken heart. You a man. These are almost all same gender loving people saying this, because they, like everybody else, are trained not to value a heart,
right?
Vulnerability. So I say that because, again, I'm saying that even if when I'm not, I can't help that I have my voice is the way it is or whatever. But when I'm hurting or sensitive or so-called feminine, people don't see it. Well, you ain't gonna see me voting. People don't recognize it. And another thing I want to say too is that not only are a lot of same-gender loving men who are feminine or have so-called feminine, which are really human qualities, not seen, but there's also a lot of feminine men who master man drag. They master the
performative masculinity.
Yeah, they master the performance, and they've been doing it so long. They on an automatic pilot. They lower their voice. Like there's a famous person, and it's the only famous person I'm going to mention. They're no longer here, but Prince, that voice that you hear that he's saying in Purple Rain, jumping Lake Mana, whatever the hell it is, that's not his real voice.
So he used the lower tone of his voice.
Prince was very, very concerned, given his issues, which I won't get into, about showing up as the last man. Or the last man in full makeup, though. But the last man who had all these women around him, and given the appearance that he was the Mac, and all of it was just all an act. But my point to you is that because of these attitudes that are in our society, we're not seen in our dimension. And then there's some of us who have become so self-conscious about being man enough that they have gone to come in automatic pilot, and then when they get home, they ain't that man that you see in the street. It's an act.
So they suppress it. And when you show that you are hurt, that's a feminine thing. That has to stop.
Well, they'll get put down for it. I mean, like I said before, the people that said, what's wrong with you, and some even implied, I'm losing respect for you. It was because I had a broken heart, and I let it be clear that that's what's wrong. I have a broken heart. They were like, what?
So if you wouldn't have said it was the same gender, they would accept you then. Like, it's okay. I think
they would have accepted it more.
Yeah.
But so you'll crawl over some N-word. I don't use the word at all in my life, because a lot of people internalize anti-SGL, anti-feminine, anti-black notions, and it becomes part of their jargon, part of their talk, part of their worldview.
Yeah.
And people project a lot of stuff like this person who wrote this, in my opinion, mythical piece about me, Roland, whatever his name is. He just got finished writing that factually. I mean, this is what I mean by fragile and disoriented. What facts? There's absolutely no facts. When I say absolutely no facts in what he said. A fact would be quoting Cleo Manago said, blah blah blah.
Right,
This
right.
is what he said, and this comment is homophobic, it's transphobic, it's femphobic, but they're not gonna find no comments like that.
Right.
This is looking at the world through a wounded lens, a defensive, wounded lens, and trying to punish me for not being feminine because they were punished for being feminine.
Right.
And
right.
they don't. And that ain't that's not part of the solution. Part of the solution would be this person, if they were real, coming on this show and actually saying, Cleo, you do this, you said this happened, this is why I feel this way. First of all, yeah, but
so do you want to speak to, maybe if you answer some of these other things, it'll help you to be able to provide some more perspective and clarity. I did highlight some of the comments from under your collaboration with Funky Dineva. And I want you to speak to some of these things since y'all didn't get to have a follow-up in a part two, if that's what's okay. Rhonda, did you want to stick around or you wanted to drop down? You are more than welcome to stick around if you want to. That's perfectly fine.
I'll drop out. I came on to support you because I love you.
Well, thank you for the support. I love you so much. And
all right, thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
Mm-hmm. And before we get into that, Dr. Cleo, Marvin, are you still there? I know you flipping burgers and stuff and frying chicken. Are you still there?
Hello, I'm.
Okay, I think the boss is around, so okay, we'll leave Marvin. Okay, so one of the questions that I highlighted was from subscriber LDM, and she said, Dr. Cleo, the space you can afford to live in as a doctor is no different than Don Lemon, Sean T, and the rest of the minority of gay black men of color of your caliber. Your title alone gives you a privilege that the little black gay boy in the projects will probably never have. What would you say to that?
Well, first of all, I don't know what their point is, number one, but number two, they have no idea where I live or how I live. They just don't know. And I live in a working class black community with working class black people because that's who I work for and work with. So yes, honestly, I can afford to live somewhere in a very extravagant, beautiful 4,000 or 5,000 square feet house. Yeah, I can do that. I'm not interested. So it's only me and a chihuahua. I mean, I don't need all that room. So, this person has a constructive perspective of what might be going on with me, but it's not.
Okay. Another commenter had a rather
I want to say one more thing. I'm sorry. Okay. I want to tell them that I use my toolkit, which includes my degree and my capability to help the people that they're talking about and to work with them.
Amen. Okay. Another subscriber by the name of V Mars Fire said, Dr. Cleo has straight passing privilege, but I think the passive acceptance he gets from cisgender straight black men because his presentation is not considered a threat to them in the way a feminine gay man is comforting to Dr. Cleo Manago. He is dismissive of the struggles of feminine gay black men and even went as far as to equate being feminine as being less threatening to white people. He presumes femme-presenting gay men are less of a target by police and doesn't even acknowledge the way in which trans black women are routinely misgendered and made complicit in their own deaths by the police. Dr. Cleo is the gay equivalent of Clarence Thomas. I don't see it for him. I'm glad Funky Dineva was capable of holding his own, but it couldn't have been me. What would you say to Even though that was a lot.
I don't know what to say to that. I mean, it's full of projections. It's full of assumptions. I think this is the kind of person that would benefit, and we would all benefit if they actually said this stuff to me. There was one thing they said near the end that was kind of true. I forgot what it was because it was so long. But
I think it probably was what you equate
the police.
He presumes film presenting gay men are less of a target by police.
Okay, that part has all that stuff that they said, which I don't know what they're talking about. That's the only thing that has a little bit of truth. However, it's not based on my opinion. It's based on what I actually heard and what I actually saw. Like I said before, when those two guys in the midst of a conversation about Rodney King getting beat up came out and said this, I had never heard it before. And I also used to work in law enforcement, and I was a cop, and I worked in a prison for 2 years. So I know a lot about what occurs in law enforcement and who they give privilege to and who they don't. So I don't know what this person's background is and what they actually know and don't know. But they're projecting a whole lot, like the previous person did about me living in the ivory tower or because I'm a doctor, whatever. They don't know me, and I've already talked about the fact that the threats to our lives as Black men goes across the spectrum. There's a man in Jackson, Mississippi named something Anderson, whose name I forget right now, who was same-gender loving, who was killed in the parking lot of his job by white men who drove over James Anderson was his name. They drove over his body with a truck while he was on his way to home after work. They didn't know what his sexuality was. He happened to be same-gender loving, but they didn't know. They just knew it was a Black man. And he looked, in terms of physical appearance, more like me than he did like an effeminate man. So so a feminine person was sitting there victimization because they have been hurt and act like they're the most oppressed people on planet Earth. And I'm here to tell you, Black males across the spectrum are oppressed and die because they're Black men. And Black men who look like me, in terms of actual numbers, make up most of the people in the Black community who are murdered. Not feminine Black men. However, feminine Black men feel oppressed by Black men, not by the cops, not by law enforcement, not by these allegedly external sources. So they're racializing Black people like we were trained through slavery to talk about what Black people do. Well, the stuff that this person is accusing me of through a racialization lens is not relevant to me. And it's unfortunate that they won't talk to me directly, because that's what a courageous person who really believes in what they're saying and want to have change will do. Well, if you just want to sit somewhere and make up stories about me that are based on your own worldview, then ain't nothing I can do about that. Whoever you are, I'm willing to have a conversation with you, including right now.
Y'all gotta hit the link. Now, I will say to that, because I'm glad you said feeling, because that's what a lot of people were saying that they were triggered by in the discussion, was they felt like you were equating the various traumas of Black SGL, gender nuanced people, to emotion, as if Black SGL, gender nuanced people, are imagining a transphobia or imagining homophobia. But that's what they were taking from.
I believe that because they're used to an LGBTQ lens that just feeds into phobia. And my perspective is more nuanced than the linear homophobic accusation. And they're not used to that. They're used to what the white gay community has taught them is about just writing people off as transphobic and homophobic and being finished with it. Well, that's not my approach. Like I told you before, I believe in context, cause and effect, historical memory, and what we live through, and the lens, that how our lens and experience is informed, and it all makes a difference. I don't do the linear, well, you're just homophobic. Ain't nobody just nothing. There's a reason for everything, and I get into the reasons. I've met men who were extremely anti-homosexual, who were fighting homosexuals. Then I found out through engaging them that they were molested when they were 7 years old, and they had been living with that molestation for all their life, and they had no place to go, and they were taking it out on all homosexuals. And they really were unresolved and traumatized as a child who was raped by a male, and they were taking it out on homosexuals, and that's why they kept bringing it up, and that's why they were obsessed with the issue. And here's another comment. I'm just gonna say
that's why I highlighted it.
It's absolutely insane. Anybody who's going to end a comment about me with "I don't care," they need therapy, and they need a hearing aid.
Now, Dr. Cleo.
I'm just saying.
No, you're fine. Do you even want to hear more of these comments? Because I don't want you to be punching holes in the wall.
I want people to look. I want people to look at what fragility looks like. Uninformed, unengaged fragility. That's based on people's pain, like the guy with the darn leggings conversation who went off on me because I wouldn't wear no legging.
So made a preference and turned it into anti this, anti that, and it was a preference.
Because he already had his own thing in his mind. He was trying to ambush me and set me up. Well, if he don't like leggings, he's femophobic. I didn't even know what a legging was. And no, I'm not wearing no leggings. But a lot of things I'm not going to wear. And just,
and don't have a problem with those who want to be in leggings.
Exactly. I'm not mad at you for wearing leggings. Enjoy yourself. I'm not mad at all. But Cleo Manago's not wearing no leggings.
Yes. Okay.
He's not going to put his booty on display. He's not going to do that.
Now, that is a tragedy. That is a tragedy. Okay.
Shut up. He's not going to do that.
Now, I'm just wondering, what am I missing? I listened to the entire conversation.
Well,
and I'm just wondering, what am I missing? Because the bottom line for me is that Black people, period, are being killed.
Yeah. Some of these comments are from me and Dr. Cleo Manago's previous engagement.
Oh, okay.
And then also some of them are from his discussion with social media influencer Funky Dineva as well.
Yeah.
Now, this next statement, I think, came from the part in you and Funky's discussion where y'all were talking about, well, I'm just going to read the comment. It's from Darren J. And it says, Dr. Cleo Manago is not the person to discuss the topic of why some heterosexual Black men have a problem with gay Black men. You need to discuss that topic with a heterosexual Black man who will openly admit he has a problem with Black gay men to get answers. Dr. Manago kept redirecting the topic to how white folk relate to Black gay men. That was not the topic. Thank you for trying, Quentin.
Okay, well, again, this person is looking at the conversation through a subjective, limited lens because I've already expressed how I felt about this whole thing, and
I think that they were addressing the part where you were, I guess, equating maybe a lot of the explicit homophobia and transphobia to those men who, even though they may say they identify as heterosexual, they probably are conflicted with their own orientation. I think this person is trying to say that's an assumption in and of itself, and that's not the only demographic of Black straight men or Black men who are homophobic and transphobic.
Right, and the difference between that person and me is that I'm a professional mental health expert, and I have engaged legions and legions and legions of Black people and Black men along these lines. And I would never in my life say that all men are doing all things. What I'm saying is that a lot of Black men, what I'm also saying straight up is that most heterosexual men are not occupied with what homosexuals are doing or not doing.
Confident, complete, and healthy.
Yeah, they're not obsessed with what homosexuals are doing or not doing. That's not in the lane. They don't care. And the majority of the men that I've met who all roads lead to keep talking about homosexuality, you can talk about Popeye's chicken and Ford dealerships, and they find a way. Ford they dealing with yes, it was almost, they find a way to bring that up when it's not relevant. Those issues, those people, and I say it without stuttering, they're struggling personally with the issue for one reason or another. Typically, it's unresolved rape from being a child, and that they blame on all homosexuals because their rapist was a homosexual and they never resolved it, or they're struggling with their sexuality and they are deflecting, like my best friend did before they became a trans woman. They were beating up all the guys, particularly the feminine guys, that's who they were beating up. That's who they targeted because they desperately wanted nobody to think that they were. They were disassociated. And I know 2 or 3 well-known in the Pan-African black community who got these men who keep talking about homosexuals. I know for a fact that one was raped and one is struggling with their sexuality and is an active homosexual. But they are using the anti-homosexual mantra as their step to manhood.
Yeah.
And it's a fact.
And I wanna add to that as well, because alongside the men who are struggling through their own gender complexity and their own orientation complexities, because Black men are being emasculated within a white patriarchal system, of course, Black men, heterosexual identifying Black men, are triggered by a femininity on other men, because I think because I believe in cellular memory. I believe that trauma is existing within us on a cellular memory. And I think that a lot of Black men, they don't have the language for it, but I think that they also are experiencing and interpreting a femininity on Black men with that emasculation that has happened as a result of white supremacy.
But you know what's killing me and what keeps killing me is that, see, I don't know what kind of experiences these people have and who are leaving these messages, but I am someone who had a transgender friend at a very young age. And I am someone who went through a gauntlet of people who are talking against it and saying, what's wrong with you and how could you be with that person? And they were all homosexuals, every one of them. And the homosexual community is one of the most masculine, privileging communities I've ever seen in concentration. It's a very, when you look at one ass and date ass, no femmes. I mean, it's and these are homosexuals. So it's denial. And it's insane for the people keep trying to put all that real estate in the heterosexual lane and most same gender loving people that I've met and seen don't want to be caught dead next to a trans person. They're not interested in being around trans people. So this heterosexual assignment in terms of this behavior, from my experience, just don't make no sense. I mean, I've heard allegedly heterosexual people put down homosexual. Of course I have. I've been one of the homosexuals they put down. I've experienced that. But no more than I have among same gender loving and gay, particularly gay identified people. That's just a fact.
Well, I think that what people like Randy are saying is that, I guess they're saying that they don't hear from you enough about not the men who've been traumatized through molestation and sexual trauma, but explicitly just the Black straight men who perpetuate homophobia due to just conditioning, whether that conditioning is religious or societal.
I don't know what sexuality somebody is unless they're having sex in front of me. See, the difference between me and this Rondé person is that I don't assume everybody's heterosexual. I don't assume everybody's homosexual. My world and my experience is too big for me to assume somebody is heterosexual just because they're doing whatever they're doing. I'm only clear when they tell me what they are, or if they're having sex in front of me, which of course is very rare and don't happen too much because I'm not really into that. But these people are assuming a lot. Just like that woman at the Ivy League school, and I got tons of similar examples who was being hostile the whole time, was assuming I was heterosexual. And if I didn't tell her that I wasn't heterosexual, she'd have went home that day, talk about what this heterosexual man did and what this homophobic man did who came to her class. And I'm a homosexual the whole time. So I don't have the limited subjective lens of a lot of gay identified defensive people assuming what everybody's sexuality is. Sexuality is nuanced, it's fluid, it does all kinds of things. And I've been around long enough and seen too much to have that kind of linear presumptive behavior about people. And I'll close by being redundant by saying the majority of the people that I've seen who are hyper reactionary to homosexual, same-gender loving people are personally struggling with it one way or the other, and that's what's going on. So I look like a fool to say, okay, this heterosexual person who I've never seen had sex in my life did this stuff to a homosexual person. I don't know what their sexuality is. And I don't assume because somebody's anti-homosexual that they're heterosexual. Not at all. I just don't.
Okay.
That's not
Marvin.
that's not my land.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Are you about to say something? Because I see that you had went off mute. I was.
Man, I like agree with him on like most of what Dr. Cleo was saying. I like agree with him. It's an agenda going on. I see billboards up in the black community about gays and all that, and I'm like, what's going on here? I mean, it's like, bro, it's an agenda.
There's an agenda.
And they're ejecting it inside our people. And I'm like,
now I don't know if you and Doctor are talking about the same agenda, but it's
the same agenda, but I see it, and I believe that the police are not up in arms towards like gay people, but a straight male, man, and they want to take him out. I believe this shit.
Okay,
so I like agree with that.
I do have a question for you, Marvin. But I'm gonna introduce Ayana. Correct me. Yeah. I know I just butchered the hell out of it.
Yeah. Hey, how's everybody doing?
We are doing well. I'm sorry if you were blocked. I allow my mods to do whatever they feel they need to do. But welcome to the platform, and I'm getting some context that you had some things to say as it relates to Dr. Cleo Manago's perspective. So I'm gonna let you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, they did kick me to the curb real bad.
So sorry about that. I'm so sorry about that.
You're fine. My thing that I'm hearing a lot coming from our community, especially the black men, are a lot of excuses. And I mean, my thing is, how do you expect somebody to respect you as a man? Because you want to be respected as a man. You want to be respected as a black man. You want to be treated as a king, but you have excuses and you're putting off your responsibilities on the white man. The white man's fault.
Can you be specific? I don't know what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Every time we're expecting a black man to show up and be the protector and the provider of the community that we occupy, it's always an excuse as to why they cannot show up.
Okay, give us a specific example of a real excuse.
Okay, I reviewed a live that you had with Miss Diamond Styles, and Diamond got on there and expressed that the stats are saying that black men are killing trans women. And the response to that was, well, it's because of white supremacy. White supremacy is a fact, but it's a choice to buy into white supremacy and enable it.
No, it's not a choice of buying into white supremacy.
Oh, it's not?
That's like saying that you chose to speak English and not Swahili. If I put a gun in your head and said, break out into a non-white language right now before I kill you, you have to order a coffin because you don't know how to speak nothing but English. Prove me wrong. And you didn't choose. And you didn't choose. Well, I don't do fault. You're the one doing fault. I don't do fault. I do context. The context is whatever I said with Diamond.
I didn't do fault. I told what
I'm wanting. When you say whose fault is that?
Because I don't make excuses.
Okay, well,
Mr. Manago, I can't go down to the light company and tell them that the white man is the reason why I can't pay my bill. I can't go down to my leasing agent and tell them the white man is the reason why I can't pay my rent. But for some reason,
you have to stay on context.
There's a section of our community that wants to baby and mammy and be a pick-me for these black men that aren't doing anything but desecrating and disrespecting us, our image in their community. I'm grown. I handle business over here.
Okay, well, you're not.
I don't make excuses. The white man ain't made me do nothing, and what the white man did make me do, I'm fighting against it.
Well, you are not. You weren't specific. The bills were not the issue.
No, I'm being specific. What I said during, and I was still speaking before you cut me off.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I'll listen.
You okay?
Okay,
that's another thing about femininity, what Consciouztv was bringing up, how we don't want to respect femininity.
Oh, well, no.
And how we feel it's okay, but if I was a mask, I didn't see you interrupt Marvin. I don't remember that happening. because I'm feminine presenting and I'm taking a stance on behalf of you, felt it was okay to interrupt me as I was speaking. That's the issue that we're talking about.
I mean, I'm
Yeah, I'm not diamond.
I mean, and you guys are having a conversation, and like, you got to talk. You got to.
Well, it's gaslighting, because I'm saying that as a grown person, regardless of, because we're in America, we're here, and as you stated, we're not speaking Swahili, we're speaking English.
Or not? Do you want to have a conversation with me in terms of us sharing perspective or not?
I want to know. What I want to know is why our Black men aren't taking accountability for their actions, and why they're constantly blaming their actions and bad behavior on white men.
Okay,
especially when white men don't occupy the community that they live in. So how is white men making you do something and they don't live in your community?
What I'm willing to do, and I'm seriously willing to do this, because I don't believe what you're saying is true, but I'm willing to find out if it's true. Let me finish. What I need you to do is show me an example of what you're talking about. Because let me finish. Because I don't see that. I live in a Black community. I'm around Black people all day long, and most Black people are clueless about racism. Don't bring it up and think everything that goes wrong is an N-word's fault, and are constantly talking about Black people in negative ways and don't even have a critical analysis of racism. That's what I see all the time. I rarely hear people talk about racism. Now, you heard me talk about it because I'll talk about it. And when I spoke with Diamond, I did talk about it. Now, you have yet to articulate.
You gaslighted her.
You have yet to articulate what I actually said and what the context was. You're talking about light bills and stuff, but I asked you for some specifics that are based on fact, including things that I actually said. Gaslight is a dramatic term that people throwing around. If you're gonna critique me,
gaslight is an actual term that's being used in the proper context in which it's being used at this moment.
Well, that's your perspective.
I'm not none of these other ones, and I'm not Diamond. I'm respecting Diamond, but I'm not her. I'm not gonna let you come at me like that.
Be specific. That's relevant to me.
And I'm not an ignorant ninja apologist, and I'm not a Wakanda sympathizer. If you want to be treated like a man, and you want me to view you as a man, I need you to show up and do some man shit.
I don't care.
I don't know if I can. I apologize, but no, I'm Black and transgender. And I work in the medical field.
Can I just ask a question here? Are you directing some of these comments to Dr. Cleo personally? Are you speaking, like when you say you're speaking at large to, or
I'm speaking at large.
Okay.
Because I don't just hear him. And I hear a lot of people say it. Regurgitate these same things. Well, he can't do it because it is, or he can't find a job because it is. How you can't find? How I can find a job, but you can't find a job?
But you're still not being specific.
It's a crutch. But saying that white supremacy is the reason and the bane for all our ills is a crutch. It might be true, but white supremacy ain't stopping me from nothing.
Well, what I would like you to do, or do it later or whenever you want to do it, is actually quote what I said and why I said what I said.
I don't have to quote what you said. You should know what you said.
Oh, I know what I said, but you're talking about me.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about people that have the same pathology as you, that want to blame the white person for everything.
Yeah, but first of all,
and ain't nobody that made a boat or gave us a plane ticket to go back to Ghana or Kenya or West Africa or wherever. Ain't none of y'all planned a mass exodus from this country, but y'all want to sit here in this country and complain about everything.
You don't know what you know what you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what anybody's planning.
I'm all ears.
You have no idea.
I'm open to constructive criticism.
You have no idea.
But
you're talking in abstract circles. You're not being direct about whatever you're talking about. And now you're saying that Black men are becoming excuses, but you have not given any absolute context. You haven't given any absolutes.
If I'm Black and trans and got all these strikes up against me, and I'm living in a high rise and working in the medical field and doing X, Y, and Z, why can't you do it?
Who?
Anybody that want to say that they disenfranchised.
Yeah, well, I can't
learn how to navigate. I had to be innovative and learn how to navigate certain spaces where I was experiencing transphobia and experiencing racism. Because at the end of the day, the bill still ain't gonna stop. Half these Black folks in the audience, if your mama came to you and said, well, the white man is discriminating against me, I guess we ain't gonna eat tonight.
Conscious, Let me give you some context about what I said on Diamond Show, because this person has not brought it up. I said the same thing that I said on this show. I talked about the experiences, and that you've already articulated yourself. I said, first of all, we need to have Black conversations about these issues that are contextualized in the Black experience, and we should not start talking about each other from a white gay perspective that's not relevant to our experience, and that we need to look at cause and effect. And we need to look at why some Black men react the way they react. That's what I said. This whole blanket statement about blaming everything on the white man, it don't make no sense. Plus, we didn't talk about everything. We talked about one thing. We were very, very specific. So I don't know what they're talking about.
No, you didn't center it in the. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
You did not center. You brought up white people. And my thing is, if we're talking about a Black issue, and I didn't hear it.
But I didn't bring up white people. The reason why you can't quote me because you.
Let me finish. Can I finish? Can I finish?
You're wrong. I've heard it.
Let me finish.
You're wrong. Quote me.
I've heard it in the context, not in just this LGBTQ context, when they was talking about R. Kelly being on trial. I heard a lot of people jump up and say, well, they ain't locked up Harvey Weinstein. We're not talking about Harvey Weinstein, piggly wiggly face ass. We're talking about R. Kelly. We don't let white people handle Harvey Weinstein. I'm talking about why R. Kelly is disrespecting our young Black girls. That's what we're talking about. Just because the white man doing something, don't make it okay for us to do it.
That's not this topic. You're off topic.
I'm on topic, and I'm in context, and I'm making parallels.
I want to
again. I'm not diamond. I'm not diamond at all. I respect her, but I'm not her. I'm not gonna let you get over on me.
I don't know what that means either. You're not diamond. Who said you were?
Okay,
aren't you college educated though? You got the degree, the master's degree, right?
This person is making sense.
Let me interrupt a little bit. I want to address my chat really quick. The platform is okay. These are adults addressing adults. And just because people don't disagree doesn't mean that there's wig snatching and blood on the floor because people are having a disagreement. Y'all get so shook when people start it's okay. Like it's fine.
It's no big deal.
And I think what I'm hearing from can I call you L for short?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I think what I'm hearing from L, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that you are you feel that Black men are being provided a lot of excuse that seems to remove accountability, because while the cause may be true, the question of how do we still move forward? How do we still rectify and get to some practical results amongst the community? And I will say to your point, L, that because Dr. Cleo Manago, I have had straight identifying Black men on this platform through out the past 2 years. I even had a 10-hour long live with a self-identifying heterosexual Black male by the name of Jay Lethal, who has children and a girlfriend, and we battled it out for 10 hours. And to Elle's point, because I move around in a lot of heterosexual spaces and a lot of men's spaces, and I have a lot of straight male friends, there does seem to be an issue, whether the topic is on Black women or whether the topic is about the experience that Black SGL gender noir people have. It seems like Black, and maybe this is the design of patriarchy, that patriarchy has almost removed a healthy empathy for those for men who are being socialized to be masculine, and associating that with being emotionally starched, being emotionally unavailable. And so a lot of times, even across all these viral streets, we oftentimes can hear Black women making a presentation and saying, look, I'm not saying what I'm saying is fact, but I am saying that this is my experience of Black men, or Black SGL people saying, this is my experience of my community. And the community goes into being passive or trying to play it down. And I think when I hear people like Elle speak, that the community is trying to get a sense of, can you hear me? I'm saying I'm uncomfortable. I'm saying that the way we've constructed society makes me insecure and afraid, and no, I can identify in all the ways in which why that's happening, but I am afraid. The rhetoric is scary to me. People are dehumanizing me, they're othering me. There are systems and institutions and religions and respectability politics that people are employing to justify a disregarding of my humanity. And I'm attempting to articulate that, and all people want to say is that it's not that way. I think that that's what a lot of marginalized people hear from the dominant class, whatever that dominant class may be, to that particular marginalized group, is that it feels like nobody's willing to say, we have to do better. You're right. To be at the bottom is the bottom. And of course, you don't care who authors that pain. You're addressing the direct bullets and injuries you're taking right now. And so what are we going to do about that right now hurt? What are we going to do about the assailants and the perpetrators of that right now hurt? And for a lot of Black and brown SGL gender nuanced people, that would be their own people, which is why I opened up the initial discussion with you and said, for those of us who are Black and brown on the spectrum, who are experiencing this from our families, experiencing this from our churches, what would you recommend in terms of how we can heal this and also keep not racialize and do all the things that you said end up happening as a result of that trauma? Because there are Black and brown people who understand white supremacy is happening. There are SGL gender nuanced people who understand that, but they don't know how to stay healthy and experience woundedness or keep seeing that from their people. They want to, but they don't want the pain, and nobody should. We can't also normalize the pain. So people are saying, I just can't live like this. If my community is going to be like this, I can't live like this. I can't exist like this. I can't see good in Black people if every time my trans identity comes up or my orientation comes up, somebody is just willing to bully me intellectually or bully me physically or bully me emotionally from out of these spaces. And then you get a lot of the anti-Blackness, and you get a lot of the Black men are this, Black women are this, or you get those generalities because.
Well, let me just say this: everybody can't be the messenger. Everybody's not everybody's best messenger for a phenomenon. My goal into reducing conflict and violence between Black people, I take the approach that I take. And the reason I've taken it for many decades because I've seen the effectiveness of it. I can't tell you how many anti-trans people I've met, both who are same-gender loving and heterosexual. And it's been a lot in both categories who changed their attitude about the issue because of our engagement. And who, if you go to the Roland Martin page and see that same conversation that we referenced and see the community comments, there's all kinds of people saying, I never thought about that. One guy, and there's few who've said something similar, said, I didn't have any words to actually articulate my frustration. I was just frustrated, pissed, and angry and anti. Well, because of the context that you gave me to figure myself out, I am less hung up and less reactionary and less dangerous now, because I understand why I was doing what I was doing, including people who have been molested, who were taking out their frustration on people because they were unresolved in terms of what they had gone through. So my approach is to look at the context and where we live and how it impacts how we behave. And I have found that it's like a map. If you want to go somewhere and you want to go from A to B and you want to get there quicker, you have to understand the map to get there and connect the dots. If you're going off on tangents and talking about things that are not relevant to the topic, or that are tangential and based on some kind of personal struggle that has nothing to do with getting from A to B, it's going to take you a longer time to get there. My goal is to clear the clouds, clear the misinformation, and create an opportunity for people to understand why they do what they do, so when it's problematic, they'll stop doing it. And often in these kind of conversations, and even some of the people that you have quoted, I go back to, okay, you need to quote me. You need to say, well, Cleo, you said this here, and this is something that is transphobic or blah, 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 blah. But they never do that because they're speaking through the lens of emotionality, not through what I actually said. So as long as you're looking at me through emotionality, you're not going to quote me, you're not going to hear me, you're not going to benefit what I have to say because you didn't hear
Mr.
what.
Manago, it's not about you.
And again, and then people say stuff like that. I mean, it's not about you. Well,
it's not about you. It's about the community. You're personalizing it. And my statement is still going to be the same. As long as you're blaming the white man for your actions, that's exonerating you from taking responsibility and actually fixing the problem and looking at the part that you play in the situation.
Well, you're absolutely right. It's not about me because that has nothing to do with me, what you just said. You're right. It's not.
Yeah.
So being that this conversation is with me,
you personalizing it and trying to be indirect and be passive aggressive. I'm direct aggressive. It's not about you. It's about us. And more importantly, it's about these black trans women and black queer femme people that are being killed.
He asked me
you brought up Roland Martin. Has Roland Martin brought up black trans?
Yes, he has. I made sure he has. Yes, he has. But anyway, he asked me a question, so I answered his question. But yes, Roland Martin has talked about black trans about 8 years ago now, when the issue was first getting into the news. One of Roland's producers said, "Let's talk about it," and they wanted me to talk about it. I said, "No, you need to have somebody trans on this show, not me. I'm not trans. So you need to find somebody trans to have them come on this show and talk in their own voice." So yes, I have facilitated. I have facilitated to make sure that trans people were on this show.
I'm going to look that up because I actually follow Roland Martin, and he did spotlight the Ed Buck situation when black gay men were being killed. But I've only been following him for 2 years since he's transitioned from TV and created his YouTube platform. I have yet to see him highlight the black trans murders.
Well, since he's had the Roland Martin Unfiltered show, I don't think he's, among many other issues, frankly, not just that. I don't think he's addressed that. But he has addressed it before in his history and on his show. When he because
I try to speak on stuff that I know on his new platform to where he's like independent, right? He doesn't have anybody else writing the script or a showrunner that delegates what topics he can say. He hasn't brought it up, but he did bring up, and you were one of the correspondents that he put on the talk about the Ed Buck situation in California where he was killing black men. And again, when a white man is killing us, that's when we want to highlight it. But when we're killing each other, we want to blame it on somebody else. And we want to
that blanket statement you're making is not true. It's just not true. I mean, there's people who do what you're saying, but you're saying in the university like it's always true or it's true most
of the time. That's all I want, Mr. Cleo, for you to say it because how I'm perceiving what you're saying is like it doesn't happen.
Oh,
it happens. It happens a lot.
I can't control your perceptions. Though your perceptions are yours.
Can I get you?
I'm from the South, and it happens.
Can I get you to consider something, L? I don't think Dr. Cleo Manago is blaming white supremacy. I think that Dr. Cleo Manago is providing a reasoning for some of this behavior and execution on behalf of Black and brown people who are perpetrating that violence. Would you be able to accept that? Not necessarily he's blaming white supremacy, even though white supremacy is literally to blame, but it also happens to be largely the reason why our community as a whole, in terms of the Black community, is deeply mutated and is having to work through and navigate and heal from that mutation.
Yes,
not blame, but reasoning.
I can accept it, but the next thing is what you alluded to, Conscious. What's the resolve from that? Because we've been blaming. I mean, we will not blame, but we know where all this stuff stems from. So what's the next step?
I don't know. I think for me, when I think about the community, I guess I don't get a feeling that there is a true Black community. And that's because it maybe had to do with how I grew up. When I was growing up, and the community there was filled with people
Yeah.
who looked out for everybody.
Yeah.
They looked out for the children. They looked and they looked. They looked out, and it feels to me that I understand what you're saying, Conscious, and I understand what Cleo is saying. Is that the bottom line is the trauma that we as a people endured in the passage and have endured since we've been on these shores. It's almost at a genetic or a DNA level, and that is not. I don't know if there's an easy answer, L, to how we can cure that or how we can fix that, because the first part of it is that we have to acknowledge that we are hurting, that some of these hypersexual black men are hurting. Some of them may have been molested. Some of them may actually be gay and unwilling to come out as that because of what the church says, what their parents might say, what somebody might say. I feel
and
that
some of them are preserving at the last remnants of
that's
what they believe is masculinity.
Right.
Exactly.
And so they're the ones that I mean, when we were talking, I kept thinking about little Boozy and his anger with
But don't get me
Nas
started.
X. His anger. I mean, his show enough anger, and it's like
But this is the bottom.
But so let me just finish clear. So all I'm saying is, I think what we have. I don't know if there's an easy fix because we're not acknowledging it. There might be some. We're not acknowledging the pain that Black people as a whole are suffering or are in. And so to me, that just fractures the community. I'm hearing all the conversation about the killings. It just sounds, and I'm not discarding the groups of people, the Black men, and the violence against trans women. There's violence against straight women. It just feels to me like the whole
against men by men.
Yeah, by men.
A lot of people are being violated. But let me make a point because I can't be here forever, and I got to reiterate something. I don't know if any of you drive cars or have driven a car.
Spaceships, cars. That should be.
I drive a car. Okay,
but the point I'm trying to make to you is that when a car breaks down and you don't know what's wrong, you're gonna be stranded until somebody who knows what's wrong shows up. Everything on earth happens for a reason. Now, some of us, let me finish because some people gonna want to jump in, but let me finish. Everything, I don't care if it's trans murders, if it's a murder of women, if it's murder of men, if it's child molestation, blah, 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 blah. Everything happens for a reason. There's a reason for it. And we're so wounded and impatient and anti-Black half the time that we want to call everything an excuse. And the bottom line is there are things that are excuses, like I broke in that person's house because it was Thursday. You know, that's a weak explanation. But if that person said I broke into that person's house because they were indeed starving and hungry and desperate, so they broke in the house to get something to eat because they couldn't take it no more, that's a reason. So my point is that we get impatient with Black people in particular because of our misdirected rage toward Black people and don't want to get into resolution talk and contextual talk. And like I said, if you run out of gas and don't know what's going on, you're stranded not because of excuses. You're stranded because you don't know what to do about fixing that car so it can move again. And what I try to do in my work, and thank goodness I've had a lot of success, not all the time, but a lot, I give people the reason why the car ran out of gas. I give them an explanation about cause and effect and how things occur so they can not run out of gas again. so they can
Yeah.
understand how to not, like the brothers who have recently wrote me and said I was abusive to a same gender loving person. I was abusive to a feminine person, and I was molested, and I hadn't put that together. I forgot that I was molested because I wanted to forget because it was so painful. So I went on with my life, and I'm in my 30s now, and I've been acting out and being mean to homosexual people all this time, and I didn't realize I had forgotten that I was molested. And yes, my uncle molested me, started when I was 6 years old, and they continued until I was 11, and I couldn't tell nobody. And he was a homosexual, so I hated homosexuals. But now I realize that was my uncle, not homosexuals. Not everybody did that. It was my uncle who did that. And you didn't do it, Dr. Manago, and I know you're a homosexual, and you didn't do it. So I didn't realize that I was acting out like this until you helped me to figure out my behavior. And I can't tell you how many same gender loving people I've met, some who are very, very famous, I won't get to that story. The bottom line is that there's a famous story that we all know about. I didn't know this person, but I'm just using this person. I met them and had a conversation, but they weren't somebody who I knew. The homeboy in Atlanta, what's his name? The minister who got caught with all the boys. What was his name?
Eddie Long.
Eddie Long. I used to live in Atlanta, and everybody black sooner or later is from the South. They might have left a few minutes ago, but everybody from the South. That's where they brought us as slaves. Anyway, this dude was always marching down Peachtree Street with big old signs against homosexuality. Always. And messing up traffic.
Telling women that they didn't have husbands because they were all homosexuals or something.
Right.
I think it was crazy.
And I knew, like I know my name. I said to myself before any of the scandal happened, before there was any news, I said, that's a homosexual. That's a homosexual right there. Because nobody asked him to stop traffic. We're mind our own business. But he decided to stop traffic with his parishioners and hold a big old sign talking about God didn't make Adam and Steve. God made Adam and Eve. I said, homosexual.
The usual suspect.
Because people who are occupied with these issues and who are abusive like this, trust me, in many cases, that's what's going on.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, I guess what I was attempting to say is that the killing among us is, I just feel, I don't look at somebody and say that is black. I don't care if they're trans. I have trans friends, gay friends. I have friends that cover the spectrum. And I look at them as black people. They're, I don't compartmentalize them. So a killing to me is a killing of a black person. And you're right, Elle. I feel you when you say we don't often express outrage when it's black on black killing, but we'll get out and express outrage when it's a white on black killing. I understand what you're saying because I have often thought that myself. Why aren't we dealing with black people killing other black people?
This is an example. This is an example, and I do have to leave soon, but this is an example of a lack of context. And I'm speaking to you as somebody who's been a pundit on radio, C-SPAN, CNN, all this kind of stuff. There are tons of black people, including the Nation of Islam and other black people, who have fought against parallel violence, or what people call so-called black on black crime. I don't use the term black on black crime.
Okay.
There's white folks killing
Why
white
is it
folks.
when she was trying to hold folks accountable, you want to cut her off? Because she was still talking.
Oh, I'm all right. My point is that I would like us to feel that we are more like a community. It would be nice to get that feeling again.
I mean,
I want to let you know,
because I really haven't heard her the whole time I've been up here.
There are black people fighting against so-called black on black, but the white people don't give them no press.
It's so-called.
You're right. That part is true.
That's a fact. They get no press.
That part is true.
I've been fighting against.
It's your verbiage around it. Whenever accountability comes up with the black community, it's your verbiage around it. A so-called black on black crime is happening. I'm from Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay, now why did I say? Okay, let me ask you a question. Why did I say so-called? I bet you can't even explain why I said that.
I don't care why you said so-called. That's irrelevant. The fact of the matter is that it's happening.
Okay, let me tell you why I said so-called.
And dismissing it.
I don't care if it's irrelevant. Let me tell you why I said so-called.
I'm willing to be corrected,
I
Cleo.
said so-called because It's a fact that white on white crime, Asian on Asian crime, Latino on Latino crime occur.
So why do their communities don't look the same as our communities? If crime is the same,
can everybody
let me
look?
finish. You made an accusation, and I'm giving you some context.
That was not an accusation. I want to, because you're going to say crime is crime.
Hold on, Dr. Cleo. For this, everybody needs to be able to hear. Everybody cannot. The people in the audience cannot hear when people are talking into each other. So please, can y'all just go one at a time so people can actually hear? Okay, Dr. Cleo, go ahead.
I said so-called black on black crime because it's so-called black on black crime is a racist term. And it's a racist term because I'm here to tell you, based on working in law enforcement, that there's white folks killing up white folks. And there's no such thing in the linguistic lexicon in this country as the term white on white crime. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as the term Latino on Latino crime because of racism and anti-black racism. So black people are the only ones who get a black on black or people on people accusation, and it's racist. So that's why I said so-called.
Okay, I'm willing to be corrected.
Yeah. And to his point,
I'm the one that used the term. So are you calling me racist? Are you inferring that I'm racist because I brought the term up?
Who are you talking to now? Me?
I'm not finna deal with this. Okay.
Good. I mean,
I'm not finna deal with this.
That doesn't make no sense. Anyway,
like the past 2 weeks,
I do have to go.
In our city, people have been getting killed in the past 2 weeks. Every time I turn on the news, and it's been in predominantly black communities, white communities.
The news is racist. White people are being killed every week too.
Communities, if they had the same crime, their communities look totally different from how ours look.
Yeah, well, you don't have a clue because white people.
Their equity and social standing look totally different.
Read the FBI surveillance reports, L. Read FBI surveillance reports.
And Jewish people was actually thrown in furnaces during the Holocaust, wasn't they?
No.
Oh, they wasn't.
I do want to.
I'd love for you to stay in touch with me. It's D. I'd love to reconnect with you.
I will send him your information, Jazzy,
yes,
on Instagram.
Thank you,
follow
baby.
Dr. Cleo Manago if you are on Instagram, Jazzy, because he's on Instagram. But I will send you Jazzy's information. You gave us 3.5 hours, Dr. Cleo Manago, of your time. I was not expecting us to be here that long. I want to thank you for even having the courage to intersect with other people's perspectives and opinions. And I hope to have you back really soon. To those who wanted to know why I had Dr. Cleo Manago on, it was, for all of this, I wanted Dr. Cleo Manago to speak to some of the misconceptions around his stance, his posture, and also considering the baby's controversy, Dave Chappelle's controversy. This is a time for us to really, to everybody's point, yes, cause and effect. Causation, white supremacy. The effect is internal violence of all kinds that we perpetuate onto each other. But it's time for us to also really deal with that again, because honestly, it's going to be so much more difficult, I believe, for us to clean up the in-house stuff if we don't realize what's stimulating it, what keeps, because we keep being rewounded by this pale supremacy that exists over us. This is why it's not irrelevant to focus upon black on black anything, but we have external, subliminal, and explicit messaging and violence that are creating this hysteria amongst our community. And it's like a cancer. Like, you don't kill the person, but you do kill the cancer, and you free the person, and that person is freed by dealing with the cancer. So we do need to continue to have these discussions, and I appreciate you, Dr. Cleo Manago. Of course, everybody's not going to agree, but can you just come back when you have time and we continue to do
Sure. But I do have a request. Of course I'll come back, but I request that people who have an issue, and I'm not the first, that's the first time I had heard about people having issues, that they are specific and that they don't quote their pain, but they quote me. And what I mean by that, if they have a concern about my perspective, they should be able to quote my perspective. They should be able to bring what they're talking about, cut and paste, or whatever, and say, this is what you said. If people going on subjective tangents which have nothing to do with anything I said, it becomes a waste of time and an emotional tug of war as opposed to a constructive conversation.
Are you serious?
And I'm very interested in constructive conversation. I'm not interested in talking to people who are making up stuff through their pain because they have no specifics. It's not helpful. It's not a helpful conversation. But I do have to go.
Okay, well, can you first let everybody know where they can find you at?
Yes.
Want to follow you
okay, well, I can be found under my name, Cleo Manago, on Twitter, on Facebook, and on Instagram. You can also find me at the Amasi Center. Amasi spelled Apple, Mary, Apple, AMASSI.org. And I strongly suggest that people who haven't seen it yet watch the conversation between Roland and I about the Dave Chappelle show. It's caused a very positive avalanche between Black people across the diversities to talk about this issue in terms of sexuality, gender nuance, etc., in meaningful ways and from a Black perspective. So you can find that by typing Roland Martin Unfiltered, and then type Same Gender Loving, as opposed to my name. He said it's right in my name. He wrote Same Gender Loving. So type Roland Martin Same Gender Loving on YouTube, and that will come up. And I just want to reiterate that conversation has been seen by over 1 million people, and the feedback has been off the chain. And the people who have been involved in that feedback have been trans people, heterosexual people, same gender loving people, senior citizens, young people, kids, college students, all kinds of people. So I'm really pleased with the response to that interview.
Well, and you guys can find all of his contact information in the description box, and I will also link the Roland Martin segment onto the community wall for those of you who have not seen it as well. And Dr. Cleo, it was actually a pleasure.
It was.
I thank you so much. Have a good night. I will text you in a little. If you can you send me over the information that you want the people to have so I can list it?
Well, just what I mentioned, those Instagram, social media things.
My link, Insta.
And the Roland Martin
and the Roland Martin. Okay, got it.
That should work.
Okay, all right.
And I look forward to talking to you soon, D.
Yes, thank you so
much.
Yes,
me too, baby.
And I will also send you Jake's information on Instagram tonight.
Don't do Instagram. My shit got hacked by somebody. And
Lord. Okay, well,
but give me my email address. You do have my email address.
Yes, I do.
And I also want to say good night to Marvin and good night to Ayana. I appreciate the interaction, and I love engaging my friends. So
thank you so much, Doc.
I got a question. Wait, I got a question. Before you go, I got a question.
About what?
Not for me.
Do you have a YouTube channel by any chance?
Not really. I use YouTube for storage. I've never really used it for.
But if you type Dr. Cleo's name in YouTube, there is a lot of Dr. Cleo Manago on YouTube. He doesn't have a personal
YouTube channel.
Yeah. But everything to get under his direct tutelage will be in the description box. So don't worry.
All right,
okay, Doc, I'll let you go.
Okay.
Take care.
All right.
Bye-bye, baby.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So if there's anything else you guys would want to say, you can. You're more than welcome to. How do you feel now, Elle? Because obviously there was you and Doc were not.
Real passive aggressive. That's all. He was just really passive aggressive and indirect, and I'm all those things as well. So I recognize it. But my thing is, we make a lot of concessions for people that think our pain is emotional irrationality, and our fear is nothing but us placating the whiteness and agents of white supremacy. We make a lot of concessions for these people. That's all I mean.
No.
Because I was bringing up concerns, and he was constantly dismissing them and deflecting them.
Well, let me ask you. I mean, how when you think about how to remedy the transphobia and the homophobia within the Black community, like where do you think we should start, or what do you think we should do?
Yes.
Like Miss Jazzy said, we have to acknowledge it first. And that takes a certain level of vulnerability
Yeah.
to acknowledge that you're hurt and pain. I know I'm not just gonna say black men. That's an issue that black people in general have because we don't have time more often than not to bring those things to the forefront because we're trying to survive or have families to raise or, we have life. But that's the first part. We have to be vulnerable enough to admit that we're not this all powerful being that people try to put this stereotype on us where we can take all this pain and withstand all these things. And we internalize that too. We have to be vulnerable and accept that there's a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
If we don't accept it, we can't work and take the steps to change it.
Do you think that, and I'm speaking in general. Hey, Monica, what's going on, love?
Hey, baby, how you
If
doing?
you can hear me, I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Yes.
Hey,
All right, I'm just good.
Monica.
I'm just chiming in. I ain't gonna be on long.
No,
I
you're
just want to
fine.
chime in for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering when you were gonna come in. I knew you were
Let me tell you
lurking in
something.
the bushes.
Child, I don't know if I would have let Monica through the door when Dr. Cleo Manago was here, honey, because it would have been rough. But I was gonna ask. I would have asked all of y'all,
Who was here?
Huh?
Who was here before? Who was here before?
Dr. Cleo Manago.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I was just about to ask the panel.
Came at the right
Monica.
time.
Do y'all have faith that people with privilege, including marginalized people who have relative privilege to other marginalized people, do y'all have any faith that people are willing to give up their privilege? Or y'all think
No?
Oh wow.
No, they ain't gonna give up. No.
Because they're operating in a scarcity mindset because of the privilege, especially marginalized
Yes,
groups that
it
have a little
affords
sliver.
them
Nobody's
certain
going to give up their
comforts.
position.
Yeah.
Yeah, comfort. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna get that up. It's gonna be happy. It's going to.
This is the way I look at it as us as black LGBT people. We only have ourselves. We only have to, especially as black trans women, we only have ourselves. We can't rely on anyone. We have to deal with it ourselves. That's why I tell my sisters all the time, and it's not that I'm trying to be violent or anything. It's not that I'm trying to. I know I can be on here. I can be real militant and stuff, but it's only because I actually care about my black trans sisters, and I think that this is why I say they need to arm up. Arm up. This is the only way, and this is a tough pill for people to swallow. I'm not just saying this to be mean or vicious or evil. This is what it's going to have to take for us for this violence to stop as far as that aspect goes.
It's to demand respect.
We have to get guns. Yeah, I would
Enforce
love to
it.
see a panel of black trans women advocating for gun ownership, and going to the range, learning how to shoot it, starting a black trans woman gun group. I'm all for that. I'm all for that. I would love to see something like that. And another thing I would love to see is a black trans woman divestment movement. Showing that black trans women don't have to deal with trash niggas. They can deal. They have options. Like black women divest. I can love to see black trans women divest. Whether you want to date white men, or light skinned men, or mixed men, or whatever. Just know that your options are out there. That's what I would love to see more black trans women doing. I would love to have these discussions more. I would love these things.
I wish you was up here when Dr. Cleo was up here.
Well, I want to say to that,
I had just got out the tub.
as a same gender loving man, I carry I'm licensed to carry, and I carry well, and I carry daily, and I carry on every hour of the minute. And I understand, like I would hate to have to take somebody's life because they're ignorant and they're uninformed, and they're just going to allow being uninformed to lead them to the glory, because I'm going to see you completely to the glory in full body. But I am going to protect myself regardless of the reasons why the attack is happening. So I think that there needs to be a conversation at large, definitely with black trans women, as it relates to gun safety, gun carrying, and with the black LGBT community.
That's all I've been trying to tell people.
Yeah. And maybe I'll put something like that together.
That's all. And it's not They take my
I really
words. They
would.
take it as I'm trying to make it seem violent. First of all, it's for your protection, honey. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
it's for your protection. I'm not telling you to just go out and shoot folks who don't agree with you. No, I'm saying if they don't agree, you ain't got to agree. You ain't got to agree.
Yeah.
And I hope for God that you wouldn't have to use that weapon. But
Let me
if
tell.
push come to shove, and if push come, I'm sorry, Conch. You can go
I know
ahead.
you good. You good. I was interrupting you. Go ahead. I was.
If push comes to shove and a nigga tries you, he tries to take your life, take his life first. That's all I got to
Yeah.
say. You know,
I,
because it's
I was
evil
going to
people
share.
out here. I'm
I
sorry,
think somebody
Conch.
was
I'm
talking.
talking.
Okay, are you still talking? I think it's a delay because I hear you stop talking and then I jump in. But go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. All right. No,
Mm,
just like people like Omar Mateen, those are who we need the weapons for. The one who did the Post nightclub, but he didn't even know it was a gay club. It was found out a couple of years later. He did not know it was a gay club. His original target was not even the Post nightclub. It was Disney Springs. You know, he just chose that club at random. You know, they
Mm.
said he used to be in that club or whatever the case may be, but I'm not going to get all into that. First of all, those are weapons for people like him. You know, I feel like if people in that club would have had a gun, they could have killed this motherfucker. And, you know, a lot of people would have lost their lives. Those
yeah.
are who the people we need the weapons for. You know, you get what I'm saying?
Right.
I
Y'all,
wanna
you get
I
what I'm
wanna
saying?
share a story about that really quick too. And I had meant to share it when Dr. Cleo Manago was up here as it relates to what you're saying, Monica. I also want to say hello to AJ. Welcome to the panel, and certainly I want you to chime in as well. But I just want to share really quickly. A few years ago, about 8 years ago, I had went out to the club to shake my ass and to steal other people's men's. And when my friend was dropping me off back at home, it was about 3 a.m. at night, and they dropped me off at the top of the street. And so I was walking on down, and of course, CTV was this glorious then, hair weave. You know, it was given all type of he, she, we, what's going on. And there was a guy who had walked past me, and I was walking past him. He was walking past me, and he looked over to me, and he was like, "What is it, yo? Are you a girl, dog?" And I already knew what it was given. I already knew that he was about to try to be extra. I was carrying then. So I just kept on about my business. And he started telling behind me. And he was like mocking me and singing like songs to mock me and just doing the most. And so I had a sling bag at the time, and I turned my sling bag around. I kindly reached into my sling bag and I pulled out my pistol, and I just pulled it out and pointed it to the ground as I kept walking, as if I was Tomb Raider, just walking with the gun. Because I just wanted to show him what it
Mm-hmm.
would give before I had to actually give it to him. And when I pulled out that pistol, that song stopped immediately and things got real quiet. And about 10 seconds later, I afforded myself to look behind me, and that man had completely disappeared. Now, I'm glad, for my own sake, that I did not allow that situation to go wherever it was going to go. That I just didn't keep
So
walking.
he had to
And
end up in the grave.
yeah, because only God knows, like, what would have happened had I
Mm-hmm.
not scared him off, had I not intimidated him off, etc. And so the issue of safety is like really real. I remember being young and like working and having to deal with being bullied for being openly gay, because I've always been visibly effeminate, and I've always embraced my femininity. I've never strayed away from it. So the assumption that I was same
You
gender
were
loving
bullied
was
in school,
always there.
Conch. You
Well,
that were bullying in
yeah,
schools is
the only reason, I was, people here and there try to bully me, but the reason why I don't like saying the word bully is because I was an ass kicker. So I when it came, I was one fighting ass nigga, and I'm still a fighting ass nigga. Like, all of this goes out of the window when it comes to my livelihood. You're not going to touch me. You're not going to be behind me. You're not going to say anything disrespectful to me. You're not going to walk up on me. You're not going to threaten me. None of that is going to happen, because I'm going straight to jail, period. Like, I have gone to jail.
That's
like,
what I'm talking about.
I have one charge on my record, because I didn't get away with this particular crime, but the charge is carrying a unlawful weapon, and I had a unlawful weapon because
I got you, child. Let me tell you something, Conch. I had got in trouble for terroristic threatening at 17. I've been in jail for one night.
I understand.
Gangster booze.
In the charge shop, my record is clean. My record is real clean now. I got
Oh my God.
because I was still a minor. I got kicked out of school, but I still finished. You know why? I still finished. I still got my high school diploma. You know why? Because my mama made it happen.
Yeah.
She made it happen.
Period.
Yeah, for sure. I want AJ. I know that you were here. You're on mute. Are you still there? Huh?
I am. I disrespected the room.
Oh yeah. No, I appreciate
there was a great
that.
story. That was a great story as well. I want to say many blessings to everybody on here. Beautiful people. Thank you. Conscious, I've been watching you for Jazzy, especially you. I think you were on the other night and on a live, and I was listening, and they were talking about community and building, and it was really beautiful to hear, and I just really appreciated it. In the context of what we were talking about with the community as a whole, and something that Jazzy had really hit on is that the community as a whole has changed a lot, and there's a lot of fraction that I've seen within the community. I was raised in a very old school family. You know, you go to church on Sunday, you do your prayer, you know, all that sort of thing. And you know, when I came out, there was sort of a discord between my father and I. And so I lived on the streets. I was homeless for a little bit, and having to navigate not only dealing with my blackness, but dealing with my gayness, and not feeling wanted, and not feeling like I was a part of, and all of the things that come with that. Now we have a fantastic relationship, and a lot of that came because of forgiveness, and a lot of that came with growth individually. And I think that as a collective, that's a major part of that growth. If we're going to look at it, what I wanted to add to the conversation was, you know, we talk about, I think recognition is one of the first things that we have to do, realizing there's an issue, that there is this discord between trans community, even in the gay community, you know, people viewing things specific ways. But a lot of us, what happens is we get on the defensive. And when something happens, I'm hurt, I come from this pain, and I speak. And instead of really internalizing, and sometimes, and I have to go through this even in a work situation, I was feeling like these people were coming against me. I was being gaslit in a situation. And it got to a point spiritually to where I was at a point to where my spirit broke. I hadn't felt that since I had gotten kicked out. It was very much like, oh my gosh, like I feel like I'm doing all the right things, but I keep hitting this wall. And I was doing a lot of self-harm and speaking to myself in negative ways. I went on, but something was provided to me. I went on a spiritual journey. I don't want to get into the depth of it because that's a whole nother conversation. But I will say this, the universe, I basically had a universe experience. And in that experience, a lot of the things that were shown to me, I started realizing a lot of this stuff is just an illusion. A lot of the stuff that was going on that I felt that was happening to me, I allowed that in my space to affect me. And I had the right to close the door to that and navigate it in a different way. And instead of looking at blaming somebody else, I had to say, I have to take 100% responsibility for the things that I do in my life. And once I understood that was when my freedom came. And I was like, oh, I can completely go about this in a completely different manner than what I've been doing. I know exactly what I need to do now. Now, what do I have to do to remember this space? So a lot of that for me comes down to spiritual principles. You know, I wake up with, you know, and I write a gratitude list. I meditate for 15 minutes and I do I write a little gratitude list, 3 things that I'm grateful for. And then I write 3 goals and I set an affirmation for myself. And I say, you know what? I am worthy. I am enough. Because if we're hearing all this negative talk coming from social media, coming from news, coming from all this stuff, that affects our spirit. And I don't think that we realize it. I think that we're in this space to where we're inundated with it all the time. It's coming at us 24/7. It's like, but how are we speaking to us? How are we speaking to ourselves? I think it starts there. I'm sorry. I just wanted to add that.
No, that was beautiful, and that was in alignment with the doctor was talking about in terms of self-love. It got to start there for all of us. It's giving yourself permission to vote for yourself and realizing that you can author a
Conch, I got to say, I got to tell you something. Let me tell you something. You know, like I told you, I was on Dawa's show. Yes, what this nigga did, he kicked me off. He said I couldn't come back.
That's in a That's in a
Dawa fashion. For him.
You do know that I debated him, right? Like years ago.
Yeah, you did debate him.
Yeah.
I thought, I was too much for him. I went on his show and I guess I hurt his feelings or something. He said, "Yeah, I ain't letting you back on. You cuss too much and da 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 da." I'm like, nigga, all the ignorant shit that come out of your mouth.
Right.
And you scared a little old me. He's scared.
Right.
I guess I scared him. I scared him a
little bit.
Dawa
is a narcissist in the form of a Dusty Hotep, and he is not here for education. He's here to carry a narrative, and he's here to decide what it is. And he only acts like he's interested in actual dialogue, but he's only interested in like just.
Dawa is gay. I know he's gay. He's gay. Dawa is gay.
Yeah, he's a Dusty
Dawa.
I know.
I thought you said Bow Wow. I'm like, oh my God.
Who is that?
Today.
Never heard of him.
I thought
y'all ain't never heard of Dawa's ugly ass.
No, he's a Dusty, Monica. He's not anybody in the viral streets. He ain't getting no buzz behind Bow Wow's name.
Bow Wow. I'm like
a Dusty, a wannabe Harlem Hotep.
And I roasted the shit out of him. I cussed him out. I threatened him and everything. He's scared. I guess I scared him, Conch.
Yeah,
I scared him.
He
won't let me come back on. You should see his recent videos. He will not let me come back on.
I didn't even know he still had a channel because he done been terminated so many times for hate speech and everything else. So that's just hilarious to me that he's still existing.
I scared his ass. It was this one dude with me and what this other dude named Shadow Vlogs went on there was going in on him. And he likes to cut people off every time somebody get crunk with his ass.
Send me the link. Send me the link to Instagram. I need to bear witness. Send me the link. Just look it up.
It's called Dawa Speaks. Child. And I was on a few of his. I was talking real nasty.
Maybe the one that you in. Like, do he have your name in the title, or he don't have your name in the title?
No. You just got to click on it. It's a few of them. I was on his most recent one where he mentioned me, talking about he not gonna let me back on. He not gonna let me back on. You
and probably won't until he ready to argue again. Until he ready to argue again, and then he'll be dropping that link. Because he wants to be a great debater so bad. He wants to be articulate and well curated and a teacher so bad. But it's all a cult few are definitely chosen. It's just not in his cards. I just want him to give it up. Just stop it. Like you embarrass the straight community with this crap. Like everybody I've ever watched compete with challenge, like everybody who gets into debate with him have ate him up. I ate him up and down for an hour and a half.
You did. I point that you was spitting straight facts.
To the point that he just started going ballistic and cussing me out. It wasn't even nothing left. All he could resort to was just cussing me out. I'm just
I see him with J Love on part 2.
J
Love was eating his ass up too. See, he thought I was gonna be like
legendary.
J Love, he was running. He thought I was gonna be like him. I was gonna sit here and listen to J Love to do all that. He thought I was gonna be on there. He thought he was gonna run over me.
When J Love and Dawa get together, it's literally like two loud, chaotic Yorkies nonstop.
Not Yorkies.
And it's Yorkies. It's just like you can't even make out an English word. It's literally all debauchery and cussing and profanity. it's freaking epic and hilarious because they trigger up the hell out of each other. So it'd
Part
be
two was
wild.
funny of that interview you did. Part two, you cussed out that old man on part one. That old man.
Now
Yeah,
you're supposed to respect your elders now, Conscious. That's our
I gave
granddaddy
him a
taught
little
That
one
old
two.
man.
I gave him a little one two. I was trying
us.
not to do the
You said to the old ass 50-year-old.
Oh God.
Petty.
I would never disrespect my elders these days. I'm grown. I'm grown.
Hey, do what
But
you
I
gotta
do
do.
have to go, you all. Like, I do have to get out of here.
Okay.
I have another engagement.
Thank
But
you
I
so
want to
much.
thank you all so much for
Thank
coming
you.
up.
I appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
AJ,
AJ, that was lovely. That was lovely. Thank you so much
Yes.
for
All right, I
sharing.
gotta go,
I
Conch.
say,
Okay, see
I
you
okay,
say.
later.
Monica Boo. All right,
All
babe.
right, bye.
Thank you, Jazzy.
AJ, you don't be a stranger. I have a and you L because Jace and Marvin are regulars here. If y'all are if y'all in the chat in the bushes, things are going on, hit the link. Like, I love when we get to come up here and talk together and to each other. I also wanted to ask, because I know that Marvin agrees with Doc, and I know that Jace is able to understand Doc, and I know that L has her issues with Doc. But how do you feel, AJ, about the things that the doctor was speaking today?
I came in a little late, so
Okay.
I didn't get to hear everything that was going on. I did watch the stuff that he was talking about with the Dave Chappelle special. And sort of, I kind of went through that. And I think the best way I can describe this, and I think, and this might not sit well with other people, but I'm just going to say it. When I was younger, I was raised in the South, so I was raised in Florida, and I went to a school that was predominantly white. And I came home every single day because there was this kid that called me the N-word, and it was constant. And I would come home crying. And my mom one day, she said, "Enough, stop." She got the Collier's dictionary out, and she sat me down and she opened it and she said, "I want you to look up the word black, and I want you to look up the N-word, and I want you to read the description." And so I started going through both definitions.
Yeah.
And she said, "Do you identify with any of those things?" And I said, Well, no." And she said, "Okay." She said, "How do you feel as a person?" And I said, "What characteristics do you carry?" And I said, "Well, I love people and I'm caring." And she said, "And now we're going to look up those things." And she said, "Do you identify with that?" And I looked it up and I said, "Yeah, that seems more my speed." And she said, "So if anybody calls you out of your name, you never respond to them." She was like, "Don't let anybody call you out of your name. You don't need to speak to them. If somebody were to call you Paul, would you turn around and respond to them?" And I was like, "No, because that's not my name." And she said, "Exactly. So you keep it moving." And I took that with me. It was one of those poignant moments. And I started realizing that no matter what people say, no matter what people do, when it comes down to personally, Dave Chappelle, I love Dave Chappelle, to be honest with you. And I've been to his shows. I like his thinking. I think that some of the things and narratives that he spins, it makes people think, which brings up the conversation. And I think that people should be allowed to have those conversations and should be allowed to, even if they're on the opposite side of what I might feel, I can still take myself outside of this situation and look at it and say, okay, I can understand how this person is navigating. I can understand how this person is moving. And does that directly affect me? And if it does directly affect me, then what should I do to set up a safe space for people like that? And I think that that's where the conversation is leading. It's like, what in the community are we doing to set up the safe space? And if we're going to come to the table and have these conversations, are we going to speak out of anger, or are we going to speak in a receptiveness and love? Because we're all spiritual beings at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? And so, I for me, that's just what I sort of feel about it. And I know that Jazzy, she's about building up the community, and I am as well, even in the positivity that I try to bring. It's all about the self-love and getting back into the community and saying, listen, we're going to have to come together in some way, you know?
Yeah. Well, no, I think that's where we have to start, is with empathy. From there, I think we can accomplish everything else.
Right.
By just opening our hearts to each other. And despite all that we've been through as a whole, as Black and brown people, we're going to have to find a way to fall back in love with each other. It's really the only way that this is going to work. It's the only way that it's going to work. So I guess it's just about creating spaces like this where you have Marvin, a cis hetero man who's able to feel secure enough to be in a space like this because he's found a way to connect to people's humanity, regardless of their identities and intersections, etc. Creating spaces like for Elle, where Elle can feel safe and affirmed and be honest and have these engagements, and we can agree and disagree respectfully and continue to kind of peel away at what we need to pull away with to make sure that everybody feels accommodated. And all I know right now is we have to keep talking, and Black and brown people need to be protecting themselves as a whole, because we have enemies from all lanes, and certainly the minority within the Black and brown minority, which would be queer people, definitely need to get their safety measures up. There's a reason why all hell is breaking loose, but please shield yourself in every which way, and also for your own sanity and emotional well-being. Disconnect from anybody who is interested and who's unwilling to unlearn the weapons they use to injure you.
Preach.
So we also need to get into the business of just like working with those who want to work with us, and stop wasting so much time on distractors, stop wasting so much time on the little boosties and people who just want to gaslight and be interested for no reason, and just continue to actually focus on community efforts and focusing on those who are focusing on us. So I want to create conversation here, and I want this to be a place where we can actually talk and have difficult dialogue and get into each other's heads and feelings and work through some of this shit. But so I have hope. I do have hope. I think that we have a lot of work ahead, but I do think that we're going to do this. I do think we're going to do this successfully.
I just want to say much love to everybody. Thank you, Conscious, for holding this platform and having this safe space for everybody to come on here.
Don't be a stranger. Y'all need to get very familiar. Y'all be jumping out of the bushes and up in here for years. Y'all be been here for 10 years and just dropping out of the damn bushes. So I'm gonna need y'all to be regulars at the Consciouztv a buffet. Yes, but thank y'all. I love y'all. Thank y'all for being here. If any of y'all need to reach me, email me, consciouztv@gmail.com. If y'all have ideas for shows, if there's things y'all want to put together, conversations y'all think would be cool, send me over ideas. I'm open to this all. This is for all of us. So yeah, just hit me up.
Man, thank you so much. It was I enjoyed the conversation. I really did.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I appreciate you valuing my opinion, even though it could be kind of off-putting and polarizing. I'm a bit aggressive, but I have to for my survival. So
you're loved, Al.
Yeah,
you're loved.
Yeah, you're loved, and I understand. And this is why, this is why we have to change the world so that trauma and that aggression and that frustration is not there. When Miss Monica come up here and she's mad as hell, I get it, because that's the way being at the bottom should feel. That is the experience. So I don't get distracted by that anger, because I know why those on the shorter end of the stick are crying aloud. They're suffering the most at the end. So what'd you say, Marvin?
I can feel the rage up in her damn his voice. I'll be like, God damn, you mad at the world and shit. Damn, she mad at the black folks. I'm like, God damn, you going off and shit. You hear cussing and all that, a lot of profanity. Damn. She's crazy. I'm just saying, you know, like I can tell when she's hurt. I can tell that. I can hear it in her voice and shit.
And we need to hear that. Like we need to hear that, because that makes that explicitly describes the literal struggle that people are in. So I don't think that we should tell people to hide that or to disguise it. I need to hear that, because every time that I hear that, it reminds me of why shit got to change for the better.
Or sugarcoated.
Yeah.
Because you really want, and I'm one of the upwardly mobile girls, but just because I'm blessed doesn't mean that I can't step outside my apartment and something happened to me.
Yeah.
There needs to be an acknowledgement. And sometimes when we only center Black men's pain and neglect trans women, it inadvertently disempowers them in a time where they need to be emboldened and empowered and know their worth and value, so they can fight for their lives and demand more respect and demand autonomy and equity in the community that they're a part of. That's why it's important.
Yes.
I, for one, have a great deal of respect for trans women, because y'all deserve it. You deserve the respect. I mean,
that part.
I understand. I think it takes a great deal of courage.
All of it.
Great deal of courage to stand in your truth. So I admire that courage, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get into further discussions. I got a lot of stuff going on. I got a lot of stuff planned for y'all. So trust and believe, we will keep the momentum alive and well. And L, if you ever need me for anything, reach out to me, please. Let me know what's going on. And
absolutely. I'm good. I appreciate you seeing value in my opinion, because it is contrary to like the narrative that's been spinning, and is contrary to some of the pathologies that a lot of trans women hold. Like I'm on the same vein as Monica. I'm preaching divestment. I'm preaching stay strapped. If you don't got a gun, get a bat, a machete, something. Your life is valuable.
Blowtorch, a bow and arrow, a sword, baby, at the end of a hill, I don't give a damn. Something.
To counteract, and what to A1's point, to counteract the narratives that are spun about us in the media. You need something to counteract if there's not positive affirmations, because your life is valuable. Like that's all I'm here for, just to inspire one of my Black queer people to fight for their life.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to, you know, and it's our job to support each other and to love each other. And like I said, you know, sticking to those who want to work with us and working with them, like that. That's where our priority needs to be. So absolutely. Well, I'm going to let y'all go. Thank y'all so much. I'm going to close out the show and just end everything.
Good night.
But I love you guys so much.
Love you too, baby.
I appreciate y'all.
All right. Good night.
Good night, love.
Jazzy, Marvin, thank y'all.
No, I'm about to close out the show right now. Marvin, are you there? I'm like literally at the end.
I'm here. All right,
Marvin, I have some. When are you available? I want to bring you back on when you have like some time and you're not clocked in at the back of McDonald's. But
I don't work at McDonald's. This thing. But Saturday I'm off, and
Saturday. Okay.
I got my Mondays off. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because on Mondays I do the Jody Corner live shit.
So,
but Saturday's good though. Saturday's fine.
Saturday? Okay. I'm gonna do. Do you have my email? Like I'm gonna do a Saturday show, and I wanna bring some of the panel members that were here tonight back up, and there's a specific conversation I want to have with you guys. So
okay, that's fine.
If email me at Consciouztv at Gmail.
Okay.
Yeah, Consciouztv. It's my screen name at Gmail. Yeah. It's with a Z on the end. Conscious with a Z.
Okay.
Yeah, TV at
Is
Gmail.
it on your profile? Is it
it's on my profile.
on YouTube?
It's under each description. Yeah.
Description. Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
And it's playing at the bottom too here on the banner. All right.
Okay.
Well, thanks for being here.
Saturday we on. Ain't no problem. Ain't no problem. All right.
All right. Trish, I'm coming. Hold up on 1 second. So there it is, you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you to Dr. Cleo Manago, who came out, gave us 3.5 hours. I know that it's hard to have conversations like this, and I know how it sounds. I'm at a point where I understand both sides now. I understand what these conversations sound like because I heard these conversations the same way that some of the panelists heard them tonight, which it feels like an excuse. And maybe sometimes people are using white supremacy as an actual excuse, but I can't say that that's what I believe that Dr. Cleo Manago is doing. On the other end, we absolutely have to make more initiative to protect Black and brown, same gender loving and gender nuanced individuals, and we have to another person's point in the chat, like it's okay to also like separate that to just talk about the pain that we're experiencing as Black and brown queer people in this system amongst our own people, and we will be able to do that here. So I just want to thank you guys. I want to thank Dr. Cleo Manago. Shout out to everybody who came through tonight. Auntie Trisha, thank you for the Cash App, honey. I love you guys. I will see you guys for a Saturday night show. Also, be here tomorrow night at 10 o'clock. Me and Dr. Larry Reed will be here to talk all things season 2, reading things my way. It's epic, you guys. If you haven't seen season 1, you got to get into it and get your whole motherfucking life, okay? But before that, I'm going to be filming with the Grapevine TV at 8 p.m. So wish me well. I will tell you guys how it all went. We also got some updates and some dragging to do. So get well for all of that content, okay? But I love you guys, and I will see you guys in the next upload. Peace.